五条先生の教え子って関係ないですよ。虎杖裕二は僕が殺します。
Can you guys hear that helicopter? At
Good fucking morning. Good fucking morning, hoes and chodes. Hi, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Sarah, congrats on being first, baby. Dude, I saw you in the morning. I was like, oh my god, they're in my viewer list already. How the fuck? Like, how the fuck? I was watching your how did you like it? Thank you for the mug compliment. I appreciate that. Chiper, welcome in, baby. Parker, welcome in. Cora, baby, hi. And Fief, baby, of course. Thank you so much for the 27 months. Wait, I gotta unplug and replug my thing. Sometimes you just gotta replug your mic because it makes weird sounds. It goes psst, psst. Hi, Vedla, baby. Welcome in. Welcome in. How you doing? Good morning. Sarah snatched that shit right out of my hands. You gotta be on your shit when Sarah's here, you know? You gotta be on your shit. It's okay. You just accept the L. Just accept the, at least Aline wasn't here. Aline claims first and kind of first. I've been here since 9, baby. You're so cute. I woke up at 9 today. For those who don't know, I went to IKEA right after my last stream, and I whole ass, like I shit you not. Okay, you're gonna laugh at me. I tore a muscle in my back, bro. I tore a muscle in my back, dude. I can't bend down much right now or like stand for too long. I have to like take a break from the gym. Like I'm actually pissed off. I literally just extracted myself from the bed. What an interesting way to say you just got up from bed. Also, I did self-tanner and like look how bad it looks on my hands. It looks so bad. This is because like my neck and my body never match my face. So I had to make it darker. But this is like too much. This is too much. I don't like. Oh god. But hi Navina, baby, welcome and congratulations on getting on Pinecone. I just saw that this yesterday night. I was like, oh my god, congrats. Congrats, baby. I just want to say congrats. What was I thinking about? I'm thinking about food. Right. I'm still fasting. I'm doing my intermittent fast till 11 and I'm like hungry. I am hungry. Yesterday, guys, I made butter chicken yesterday night. Gas. It was gas. It was gas. Are you OMAD? What the fuck does that mean? What does that mean? 1 meal a day. Oh, no, I'm not. No, I'm not 1 meal a day. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I could never. How was your weekend? Fief, I tore my back. I tore a muscle in my back. Carrying a shelf. Well, pieces of a shelf that then me and Brandon had to build. Yeah, well, don't do that. Well, how was your weekend? Let's start there. How was your weekend? I missed your last stream. Fuck it. It's okay. I spent the first hour of it having technical difficulties. It's not on you, is it? No, you were there, though. You didn't really miss it, though. My last hope is, but I was fit. No, I can't do 1 meal a day. Absolutely not. My body could never. I went axe throwing. Fief, by the way, I have a question. In America, when you guys go axe throwing, can you drink alcohol? Because in Canada, you can. And I thought that was ridiculous. My weekend was chill. I love that for you, though. Sarah, how was your weekend? Draper, how was your weekend? And Vidla, how was your weekend? I'm so tired. My cat got castrated. No. No, he's hating his cone. No. Castrated is such a word. Castrated is definitely a word to use. Habibi, no. That sucks, baby. The place I went to didn't, so... Oh, okay, got you. All right, because the place that I went to here for one of Brayden's friends' birthdays, bro, they had, like, booze. I was like, this feels like a really bad idea. Celebrated my mom's birthday. Oh, my God, how old did your mom turn? Oh, my God, well, happy belated to her, queen. We love that for her. I'm waiting for Olaf to get here to let him know that Leia's heating pad has arrived and she loves it. She loves the heating pad so much, you guys. She was just like asleep on it. She like fell asleep on it yesterday. We put it underneath the TV. She loved it. Shania, baby, hi. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. How are you? Hi, baby. How you do? Boop, 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 boop. Hee. Ooh, oh my God. Cora's also live. Slay. We love that for her. I go. Howdy doody, my fine feathered friends. Hi, howdy doody, my fine feathered friend. I'm not feathered per se, but I'm alive for sure. I'm watching Cora go live right now. This is what I'm gonna start doing for my friends when we're both live. I'm just gonna be like, "Sup, baby." I think this is fun. I'm enjoying doing this. Actually, this is quite entertaining. I will say this is quite fun. Anyways, can I get 3 in a row? Oh, there's no way. Yeah, see? That's what I told you. Told you. Guys, I want everybody in chat to gamble all right now. Gamble all right now, kids. Fuck all you. Oh, Chai, welcome in. Oh, sorry. Welcome in. 3 losses in a row. Listen, sometimes we have to take the L's. Genuinely. Guys, by the way, I was watching Ludwig's video and he was like, yeah, these people go live like, what's it called? 7 hours a day average. And I was just like with all due respect, like, how do they diversify their content then? I don't think streamers who like really make it diversify their content. They do it by reaching a certain height by streaming every day for like shit ton of hours and then hiring people to diversify their content for them, huh? Right? Because it's like, how do you diversify your content? Like, how do you do that if you're live every day? Like, I don't get it. Do I even have points? Parker, you accumulate points just by being here, so yes. About to play some Fortnite. I literally saw you doing it, and I was like, I literally saw you in the Discord because I like have my mod chat up, right? And you're there for obvious reasons because you're a mod. And it just says playing Fortnite. I was like, bitch, it is 10 a.m. 11 a.m. for you. It's still a lot of reaction content I find. Yeah, I know, but like still though, no, like 7 hours a day, Turby. Like that's like a day. That includes weekends on average. Like that's fucking crazy. In terms of like the biggest streamers, technically I barely stream. Maybe earlier in my career on Twitch, I would say I was somewhat comparable because I would stream every day. I was streaming every day. I might have been comparable, and every Saturday was a 12-hour stream, but then I started making YouTube content and editing and Patreon that it was just like, I think it's like unrealistic. I'm like, I got nothing else. Basically. No, because like I used to stream for like 6 to 8 hours, and then on Saturdays I would stream for 12 hours. which is like fair, get it. Like I would do that now, but like I don't have the time or the capabilities anymore to do that. You know what I mean? Like I actually cannot do that anymore. So I'm just like I feel like I'm behind. Like I should be live more. And to be fair, like I feel like 3 days a week isn't much. Like I feel like I should be doing like 4 to 5. Like I feel like I should be doing 4 to 5, but if I do 4 to 5, I'll burn out. Like I know I will. Like I know I will because I have to do other stuff too. You know what I mean? What do you guys think? What are your opinions? Do we like 3 days? Do we want more? I mean, obviously you're going to say more, but like what do you actually think when you keep my mental health in check in mind? We love a lightly toasted queen. No burnt toast. I think 3 to 4 days is great. Yeah, I agree. 3 days is good for your schedule. I think so too. Do what's best for you. But Shania, that's the point. I don't know what is best for me. That's the point, is that I actually don't. And also, I love you and I miss you. I was hanging out in Shania's stream. Okay. I do this thing where I lurk in all my best friends' stream. Okay. I do that quite often. Okay. I lurk. But Shania is playing Cyberpunk. And for those who don't know, I intend to play that game fully. So I was like watching Shania, and for a second I forgot that I'm going to be playing that game. I was like, oh my God, no. The thing is, as I was lurking before I talked in Shania's stream, but then I forgot that I can't be watching. So I started chatting, and I was like, oh, I need to leave. So I kept lurking. I was like, I can't watch this. Oh God, my audio just like my audio with my fucking Go XLR. No, my Go XLR is so shit. Guys, my Go XLR is actually on its last breath. It's actually like embarrassing. It's actually like really embarrassing how it keeps cutting out and coming back in sometimes. And it's been really pissing me off. It's been really upsetting me, to be honest. It's been pissing me off. But for anybody who doesn't know, just saying, the Rodecaster Pro is on sale right now. Well, it was on sale yesterday. It was $200 off. Now suddenly it's not. Fuck all y'all. Not y'all. I'm talking about Amazon. But if anybody wants to help me out, you know, getting a, you know, an actual like audio thing so it doesn't keep cutting every 2 fucking seconds, that would be pretty cool. That would be pretty cool. We're already 50% funded, which is like insane to think about. So if anybody wants to contribute to the Rodecaster Pro, that would be great. Just a thought. The thought is me. I'm the thought. With DJ part? Okay, yeah. And that sounds like a great idea. That sounds like a great time, personally, for me. Wait, let me just copy paste it so I can have it on screen. I think it would be a good idea. Here, browser source. Oh. There. Look, it's halfway funded. Look. Wait, this is too much stuff on the screen. I don't like this at all. Look at it, though. It's almost funded, guys. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Where do I put this shit? Where do I put this? I don't know where to put this. I actually don't know where to put this. Just put it on my face. Like, what do I do with this? Bottom middle, you think? You don't think it's too much? Or should I just do top middle? Top middle works. Is that the middle? That looks like the middle. Ah! Ah! Whoever did that, thank you so much, Turf. Wait, why does it say $9.30 on the Twitch feed, and then on the thing it says $10? What the fuck? Turvy, thank you for the $10 contribution. Thank you so much. No, seriously, thank you so much. No, thank you. No, thank you. Seriously. Tim's? Now you're making me want to buy you Tim's. Do you want Timbits? I get Timbits. Turvy, I feel like at this point we should meet up. Like, if we're in the same city. I'm joking. I'm not gonna intimidate anybody into meeting up with me. Don't worry, I'm joking. I'm joking. Sorry. In the same province. I don't actually think we're in the same city. When I say city, I mean province. Adjacent cities. Yeah. I'm feeling quite phlegmy today. Honestly, I'm feeling quite phlegmy. Okay, maybe should be in the bottom. Yeah, you know what? That's probably a better... Brains! Nivita, baby, hi. I don't know if you missed it, but I was saying congratulations on getting on Pinecone, baby. Well, congratulate. I was going to say welcome in. What the fuck, am I stupid? Congratulations. Flemmy. I was just updating my personal statement. What does that mean? Wait, what's a personal statement? No, I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. The word is so fun to say. No, I actually am quite phlegmy today. Like, I'm not feeling very good. I'm feeling like acid refluxy, which I don't think that bodes well for me, which I don't like at all. I'm gonna ask Brayden for tea. Babe, can I get some throat coat? Brayden isn't listening to me. Hi, Ethan. Good morning. Babe, can I get throat coat in my cute mug, please? Ethan, I saw your tweet about which voice you guys think like I use when I talk to you in chat. Honest to God, I thought you were a mix of both. I usually don't I get awkward about replying to tweets, but I just want you to know that I saw it though. Is that creepier to say that? It's an application for, oh, got you. Ethan, you were like a middle of A and E to me, like an in-between. Yeah. Like sometimes I think you're pretty chill, like very like calm and chill, but I also think you're pretty, you know? Yeah, that's my answer. I also saw somebody do like tier lists yesterday and I was like, oh, I kind of want to do a tier list now. I don't know. Does anybody have any tier list they want me to do? It'd be kind of fun. I want to do a tier list. It's an application essay for, oh my God, well, oh my God, I'm wishing you all the best of luck, baby. I'm wishing you all the best of luck. No, not at all. Okay, I'm glad. Twilight characters. Oh my God, that'd be fun. We should do that. Yes, R. What's that thing I'm doing tomorrow? Okay. So, on Capri Sun Poppies, which is such a funny username, by the way. They are a huge like Palestine advocate, but that has nothing to do with what I'm doing. On Capri Sun Poppy's stream, he's essentially having like 100 streamers like go against each other for challenges. Okay, like we're gonna go into like group chats and stuff, and he's gonna be like, do this, and the person who does it first or something wins, and we move forward, and it's for a cash prize. I don't even know how much, but I'm just doing it for funsies. But I would also like money. But yeah, it's tomorrow night at 9 p.m. EST or 6 p.m. PST. And you guys should definitely hang out there if you would like. Yeah, cash. Which I'm assuming is going to be USD because he's in the US. So I gotta love the conversion rate for that one for me. I want to show you off. Brag about you. Not. I want to show you off. I want to show you off. I want to show you. Ew. Anyways, I'm feeling quite quirky today. Yeah, I'm feeling quite quirky. Oh my God, RIP. Guys, can I ask you a question? Do you feel fucking rude that this fucking thing's just said just today? Yes, fuck you. I have a question. Do you guys feel like I have to be like extra entertaining for you to be entertained? Or is it just chill that I'm just like here? Because I feel like I could be, I don't want to say that, but like, I don't want to say that just in case I make a promise I don't want to make. No, it's chill. We chillin', bro. Oh. Oh, no, no. Hi, Latte. Welcome in, baby. My next stream is just gonna be this. It's so lonely in my mansion. Oh, wait, should I go get Leia? Okay, wait, I'll get Leia. I'll get Leia.
五条先生の教え子と関係ないですよ。
Oh!
いただ
Yo, hi!
僕が殺します。
You called me your cringe streamer? Thank you, I feel so blessed. I want to change my pants. I feel uncomfortable in these
Hi, my
pants.
cringe streamer.
Hello, my cringe viewer. Hi, Joe. I love you. Mwah. All the mwah. Mwah, mwah. No. Yes. I'm gonna go change pants. I didn't piss myself. I just want to feel comfortable. I swear I didn't pee myself. Okay. I was gonna bring I did not pee myself. I just changed my pants. No. What's it called? That's what someone who peed themselves would say. Fuck you. No, I was gonna go get Leia, but she's with Brandon and I can't believe you would accuse me of this. That's so fucked up. I'm almost moved to tears. This is so sad. No, but she's sitting with Brandon, and Brandon's in a meeting, so I can't like actually show up behind him and like grab Leia because, well, that's not very appropriate or work appropriate. So yeah. Almost moved to tears. Isn't that your normal? Suck my balls. How about that? Fuck you. Guys, challenge. Everybody write gamble all in chat. Command gamble space all. Do that. Yeah. I want everybody to do that right now. I just want to see. I want you to gamble it all away. Or gain. Who knows? R.I.P. R.I.P. They're covered in pure. Rude. Oh, congrats. 6,900? Bedla. You got the 69. Nice. R.I.P. Turvy. R.I.P. Sarah, gamble all your points right fucking now. Sarah. Kev. Shania, please. No, it's gamble space all. You did that on purpose, you scammer. The fall from grace really fucked her right there. Well, I didn't give you financial advice. That wasn't my responsibility. That wasn't my fault. That wasn't my fault. Hi, Capri. Oh, the way that the gift doesn't show up anymore. What the fuck is that? No, I gotta go find a new one now. What the fuck? Giphy. I know exactly which one I used before, so. You put it on me, you release my stress. dress. Where'd the fucking gift go? I found an amazing one. Oh my god, this is awesome. Wait, this is a great gif. Wait, shut up, guys. This is the best one I've ever seen. Really kicking a bitch while she's down. It's none of my business. Sorry, my apologies. Mwah. I love you. I love you. A lot. I'm sorry. My apologies. I feel bad now. No, my mix it up is glitching. Guys, it's gonna crash. No. It can't crash. Okay, somebody redeem a coin. No, I can do it. Look, it's Egypt. It's Egypt. It shows Egypt. That's hilarious. I love that. It's Egypt. In an arcade game. I said that's awesome. We must do that. Thank you. Thank you for redeeming a coin there. Just so you know, for anybody who's not redeeming their coins, the person with the most coins is probably going to win a Nintendo Switch by the end of the year. So I just want you to know that that's a bad idea. It cuts off a bit. Yeah, you think? Maybe I should make it last longer. Duration, maybe like make it 4 seconds instead. Okay, there you go. Better. Okay. Should we get into the game? Should we play the game now? I'm just having fun hanging out. But I want to do a tier list first. I'm at 12. Let's go, queen. How many times have I even gone live this year? Probably 12. I don't know what tier list. I just want to do a tier list really bad. I don't know. The ultimate cartoon crush edition, girl edition. No, ew. Freaks. What should we do? What should we do? Guys, does anybody have a tier list that they want me to do? Like a fun one? Maybe there's one for anime. Oh, Jujutsu Kaisen, all characters? Oh my god. Who the fuck is that? Okay, let's do that one. Oh my god, I want to do that one. I want to do this one. I feel like everybody in this chat knows exactly what this anime is about since I'm such a fucking simp. You got 2 the other day. What do you mean? I want to make this tier list. This instant. Okay, let's go. Okay. All right. Does it show new characters? I don't know. This feels... No, this is season 1. This is season 1. Oh, nope. I still clicked the same one. Oh my god. I'm really scared of a spoiler right now. No, I'm actually gonna leave. I actually got scared. Anime character tier list? Shut up. I think I know who this is, but I'm not actually sure. So I'm just gonna... Wait, can I not add a tier list of like... Can I not add one that says don't know who you are? I'm just gonna leave the ones I don't know here. Bye, Ral. Bye. He's from Dragon Ball, never watched. Oh my god. It's Horny Jutsu, dude. I love him. He's so funny. I don't know who this is, so I'll leave it. Killua. That's Killua. That's a goat. I hate this fucker. He gives me the heebie-jeebies. Pervy Sage. He's so funny. He makes me laugh. Yeah, pretty Pervy Sage. Yeah, pervy dude. Pervy Jutsu guy. Ace! Has anybody... Can I spoil something that happened like 10 years ago from One Piece? That's when I stopped watching One Piece, is when he got murdered. I don't know who that is. I know who he is. I think I know who he is, but I don't really care. Hello! Lenario? I forgot his name. Oh my god! Guess who this is? That's Baby. Never gonna watch One Piece? Fair. I don't think I know who this is. Oh my god, Askeladd. Okay, that's a goat. Where'd he go? That's a goat. That's a goat. I'm sorry. I think that's JoJo. Never watched it. Don't know who this is. She's from My Hero Academia, but I think she's very mid. Don't know you. Dr. Stone. Never watched it though. Rainer. You're over here. Luffy. Guys. I had a fan club for Luffy on DeviantArt. Albedo? Who the fuck is Albedo? Oh. Tanjiro, I'm gonna have to say is S. Like, I love Tanjiro and everything, but I don't think he, like, invokes much for me. Are so mad at you right now? Dude, that's disgusting. They're children. That's fucking vile. Oh, is that the bird that, like, cat? That's, like, modeled after, like, ancient Egyptians from Dragon Ball? Thorkel. That's an S tier. SS tier. Yeah, okay. I think I know who this is. Hisoka. Astaghfirullah. Gone. Oh my god. Oh my god. He is so hot. He is so sexy. I find him actually sexy. This is Killua's brother, right? The most unbroken law of the internet is disgusting. Sakura in the trenches. Haram is because Sakura isn't a bad person. She's just terribly written. Kaneki. Before he was an A. Before it got bad. Itadori, baby. I love you. She's okay. She's kind of cool. She tried my boy Naruto. What is this based on? What if I like them? How much I like them. Not just how much I like them, but like what I think of them. It's just what I think of these characters. That's a guy who tried to commit genocide. I'm okay with that. Oh my god, hi! Shanks. I'll give you A. Purely based off vibes and looks. I mean, I know who they are, so that's like not gonna work out for me. Oh, that's a fucker right here. Aaron is just misunderstood. Oh, is that what you said about, you know, another guy who tried to commit mass genocide? Is that Gojo? Hi, daddy. Hi, Nisco. I love you. That's an A tier right here. Sakura. B. Ah! I love him. Supporting a genocidist. B. No, I like him, but I'm not like, he's a bad guy, dude. Remember, he's a curse. Did we forget that part or what? Like, did we forget that? Saitama. That's an S tier character. Where did he go? Saitama? Saitama's amazing. He's hot. Sure, I'll give you that. But he's also Satan. I love you. Seven Deadly Sins was such a good anime. Light. Yagami. He's a great character. But he's such a good character. I'd say he's an S tier character. Hovering over the... I thought you were about to put Saitama in F tier. Absolutely not. I love him. Oh my god. Hi. Hunch. She's an S tier character. Thorfinn, baby. Thor's also... Where'd he go? Itachi? I don't know enough about it. Light Yagami would kill you for being non-white. Yeah, but he's such a good character, though. Yeah, but he's such a good character. Like, he's so well written. Like, it's actually, like, insane. Like, they made me hate him in a way that was, like, crazy. I was like, this man, like, I have never prayed for the downfall of a character more in my life. Oh my god, Michael Jackson. What the fuck is that? Is that the guy from My Hero Academia with his face in his hand? His hand in his face, sorry. Levi. Wait, no, not me. Hey! Okay. The guy from... Oh, okay, I was right then, okay. If Itachi isn't the goat. Listen here. I don't know him like that. Zoro. Everybody else I really don't care about. Oh, nope. Nope. Right, Goku. Sorry, my apologies. Everybody else I'm pretty med on. I don't really like the master of the Hunter x Hunter Association that much. Shopping pretty bit. See, where's Kakashi? Where the fuck is Kakashi? Oh my god, he's so sexy. Okay, you know what? He's actually really hot. I'm sorry. I've never watched Zero 2. Who's Zero? I have no idea who that is. Yeah, I don't care about anybody else here. Oh, Jean. No, Jean is hot. Yeah, I've never watched Zero 2. Yeah, I'm good now. Yeah, everybody else is mid. Yeah, I'm happy here. This is good for me. You will love Darling in the Franxx. I was about to search it up, but I was like, I got scared. Where you put Naruto? I never really watched Naruto, so like I don't know much about it. Like I only watched like a few, like I think I watched like 100 episodes of the first ever season, and that's it. And that says something. It's very large, right? Like I don't know much. I only know Sexy Jutsu Guy for a bit, and I was like, this man is funny. Yeah, that's nothing. Literally, I've only watched the first ever season, like when he was a kid, and he was like obsessed with this fucking like ramen and shit. So I was just like, okay, this kid is a little intense about it. Just a little intense. And like that snake fucker, Orimaru, or whatever the fuck is called, he was like trying to abduct Sasuke from like this like competition that they were having, and this sand dude was battling. His name is Gundo or something. I don't fucking know. Towards the end of the first arc, then I don't know how I know him, but I remember watching him. I definitely watched Pervy Sage, but I don't know what episode that is. That's how far I got in, but yeah. Anyways, let's get into the game. Not bad. Yeah, I was more of a One Piece girl, like for sure. And I read the Bleach manga up to a certain point, right? But that was it. Like legitimately, like I'm not like a huge, like wasn't huge on it for sure. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'll put the road thing there. Yeah. Okay. The new seasons of Bleach are awesome. Honestly though, like I really want... Why does it do that? Why does it do that, dude? Why does it do that? It always gives me like a fucking heart attack. Oh my god, that's so scary. Always gives me a fucking heart attack. And for what? Like, what do you gain from doing that to me? My god. Dude, for the longest time I had to ask Brayden to remove his name from his like profile so that I can like play and accidentally forget to like open my profile so that I wouldn't dox him by accident. My motherfucker had his fucking full government name there. I was like, Brayden, why would you do that in the first place? Like, that's an odd choice of things to do. Why do you have your full government name as your profile? Like, that's weird. That's weird. For the longest time, by the way, my profile, it still is my Egyptian, because like, okay, I had an Egyptian profile on PSN. Obviously it was in Egypt because I lived in Egypt, right? But I can't log in to the Egyptian one in Canada. I'm like, can I please change it to Canada now that I live there? They're like, you can't do that. I'm like, y'all never heard of somebody moving? Y'all never heard of somebody fucking moving? Like, are y'all crazy? So I had to make a fucking full new account. Okay. I had to make a full new fucking account. Okay. And I don't even have half of my trophies. You guys, I was a high level before. I had a high level. Okay. I had a high level. Wallahi, I had a high level. It was such a scam. I was so upset by it. Anyways. They default really, Triper? I know that because I still see everybody's government names, like, when I check their accounts. Like, I can still do that. But, like, I obviously choose not to because I'm like, I'm not about to dox my fucking patrons. That's fucked up. But I am very stressed about something. Apparently, a lot of, like, Patreon people and, like, YouTube reactors were talking about it. There's this guy called Eric or something who, like, goes around and copyright claims everybody's Patreons and shuts them down during tax season, like, so March. And I'm, like, really scared about it because, like, that's my livelihood. So I'm really scared about it. Hi, Brandon. Don't forget to tea, please. I love you. Don't get captured again. Like, I am very nervous about it, genuinely, because, like, that's the only way I can make money. Like, I don't know what to do. Oh, yeah, Brandon, can you bring Leia in also? I don't think he's listening, though. He probably went to go get my tea. Baby, baby, baby. Can you get Leia?
Rest.
I want to see Leia.
And then we continue the fight.
Because I'm not important.
4 of
As
us.
per usual.
5.
Wait, I need to get a resurrection stone. No, no, wait, wait. No. I have to go?
What does that mean?
I have to go? Really? Baby! Can I hold her?
Yeah.
You want to put her on the heating pad too?
Okay. But she was sleeping pretty nice.
Finally, some real content. Thank you. Say hi. Say hi. Hi, Drew. What was wrong with her? So she has like irritation in her lungs. So when she breathes, it sometimes like it sounds like wheezing. Okay, she's only 7. She's only 7. She's so long in that bed. I know. She like wheezes sometimes. And it was like causing me like a lot of concern. I was like, baby, 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 what's wrong? Like, what's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? And it's freaking me the fuck out. Cause like, well, she means the world to me and I need to make sure she's okay. You know? That's my fucking child. Maybe she's part of the Weezer family. Stop. Stop. We're not doing that today. You need to not. She's not even middle aged. She's not considered middle aged. She's considered a young adult.
Maybe we should follow her.
Okay, but like not right now, Atreus. Like I need to go do something really quickly.
We have to decide whether or not to abandon this camp. Its location may now be compromised.
I was not followed. If I am sure of anything, I am sure of that.
About time I had something to do.
Oh, I still have it? Oh, okay. Oh.
Wanna yet?
I'm middle aged? You're not middle aged. I'm aged. Me too, seriously. Babe, did you put it on the heat pack? Okay, okay. Guys, look at this mug that I'm overly proud of because I made it. Well, I didn't make it. I painted it. I painted that, bro. Sarah, you're older than me? You're older than me, dude? I did not know that. The fuck? I thought you were younger than me. Sometimes I feel like I'm the oldest. What is this? The thing is, in my grade, I was always the youngest one.
Vela, we could
Thank
use
you,
your eyes in
Vedla.
the sky. Find where their forces scattered. I'll check. the
Dude, my
perimeter
hair
to
is in my
make
lip
sure there's no
gloss.
set.
And when did Lord Freyr put you in charge?
He didn't, and I don't want it. But when I have
You're older
counsel
than
to
me.
give,
I'm
I
older
can
than most
help
people
you.
in this chat, I think. Except Triper.
He taught Lord Freyr everything he knows.
You're all my children. Chill out. Chill out. You're only 1 year older than me. Hey now. I enjoy bullying Triper. Oh, Bedla too? Oh my god. Am I young right now? Oh my god, this never happened. Usually I'm the youngest in my I was the youngest in my grade. But like realizing that I'm not the youngest in the world hurts my feelings. I can't lie.
For
For the letters in young? Wow, that's amazing. I didn't know
I
that.
have to go straight home.
Harry, that's amazing. I didn't know that. You're so good with letters. Harry,
Did you know you can spell Farah with the letters in young?
I didn't know. I didn't. That's awesome. Good to know. Good to know. Thank you for letting me know. And thank you for the 32 months.
Tracks from the olfactorily gifted hound. Seems we're on the right
Olfactorily
path.
gifted. Okay. Thank you for the 32 months, baby.
We're here.
Did you actually win a spelling
Guess
bee?
we should follow her.
I do not see that for you. 1987? Can I just say that I am so happy that my stream is like all adults? Can I just say that? Like, with all due respect, I know a lot of people like kids and everything. I am not one of them. Okay, I do not like children. I will be nice to children. I will respect children. I will baby them. I will love them in any way that they need, but I do not like being around them. I don't. I am 18 plus, but you don't understand how many times somebody will be like not 18 plus and show up. Like, it's ridiculous. Yeah, I think I like be nice to my kids and everything, right? But like I won't like I'm not gonna like I'm gonna be honest. Like I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, let me go hang out with my kids like all the time. I'm like, I need to be alone, dude. Like, leave me alone. With all due respect, get away from me.
More paw prints.
Little slobberball's quite the tracker.
I'm so good with it. Are you? Are you sure? Yeah, I enjoy scaring away children. It's very fun. But then I'm done for. Yeah, exactly. Like, actually, like, I can't do it. I can't do it. Longer than like 5. No, that's too much. Longer than like 2 hours, and that's overkill. Khalas. No, actually, that's too much too. Maybe longer than like 1 hour. Die, ho. Oh. Okay, maybe like longer than like 20 minutes. I think. Okay, that's too little. An hour. Okay, an hour.
Hers is superior.
Yeah.
The eyes can lie.
My fucking cousin tattletaled on to my dad while watching a YouTube video of mine, and he's like, Uncle, Farah swore.
The nose cannot.
Does that make you wish you could turn into an animal every once in a while?
Motherfucker.
No.
Like, he's a nice kid, but Jesus Christ, I was about to kick his ass. I was so angry. I was like, you are not giving what you think you are giving, my kid. I make my daughter cringe so hard because I can keep up with a lot of Gen A. As you should. Lurk. No worries, baby. No worries. TYT. Tit. They're such cute little pawsies.
Looks like we're on Halka's trail.
Get fucked. Nice. Guys, low key, not to brag, but I've gotten so much better at fighting these
She went over
fuckwads.
that ridge, but we can't follow her at this time of night.
Tub,
I think we'll have to change the time of day in order to reach Helka, brother.
طب how the fuck do you want me to do that, يا حمار? طب I can't. How do I do that, طيب? طب I don't know if there's any like water thing so I can. Oh, there we are. There we go. You see that? I also like to be like chronically online to keep up with the Gen Alphas.
We're coming, Halka. Can't be far now.
Me on my way. Me when I'm on my way. Fuck was that?
Flair, that's gotta be Birger. She wants us to rescue him.
Yat. Yeah, exactly. Yat. Yeah, exactly. Correct. I keep up with like Wait, EA positions like Electronic Arts? Like the game place? If you're just trying to find that emote. Ugh, you're so old. Exactly. Oh,
How could Birger have
got
survived a
it.
fall like
Got
that?
it.
Magic, perhaps.
You could be like
Let's make sure to
Santina
ask
for
once we've
Dr.
extricated
Miami.
him from this situation. Should be easy to find Birger from up here.
Why'd everyone sound so scared of this place?
On that note, dragon!
That's nice. Man, this boat is useless. So where's my son? Is he okay? Hi, Aloe.
I'm fine. You?
Well,
I too
he
am,
seemed angry. What do you suppose that means?
We are going the right way.
Where are we anyway?
Looks to be the ruins of a once thriving Vanir settlement.
What
Hi, Aloe baby. Welcome in.
Likely
Habibi,
no.
how are you?
More reason to find a way out.
It's so bright. My God. It's like actually like your eyes adjusting to the brightness. That's so cool. I was able to keep up with Sling was when everybody said YOLO. No, nobody fucking said. Ain't no way anybody actually said YOLO. I don't take that. Like, ain't no way.
Signal. Birger's alive.
Not for long if that dragon has its way.
It will not.
Oh, Birger's
Do you see
alive?
what I'm seeing?
A lightning bolt. Except...
In Germany? Oh my God, wait. Gatsby, are you from Germany? Because I actually went there so many times. I did my leg surgery in Dresden. And it was, I loved Dresden. Dresden was so beautiful. Although I heard it was like incredibly racist. But I had a lot of
Why
fun
would
there.
anyone just like it here in Vanir?
And the doctor was really sweet. Can confirm people said it unironically. That alarms me genuinely. Can you not touch me right now?
The dragon's back. He's angry.
Oh, how flat.
Hey, yo, bitch. I don't think I can even kill it from here. I actually don't know what I'm doing right now. I'm trying to still get the hang of it right now. Yeah, Dresden is low-key racist. If you like Dresden, I'm very sure. I did. I went to Munster. I went to where else did I go? I went to Munster. I went to I forgot, but because I went there multiple times in my childhood and growing up, like I went to Germany quite often, which is such a weird thing to just like randomly do. My YOLO has just transitioned to FOMO. Stop. Shirts, cups, sunglasses. Dude, that's so cringe. I'm sorry. No, I was part of the age like that was like, ain't no way I'm saying this legitimately. Like that's so cringe. Like it was cool. Speak German right now. Ich liebe dich. Guten Tag. Guten Morgen. Gute Nacht, bitch. Yeah, I said it. Oh. Perfect German, thank you. I aim to please. No, I think I should just die. I'm gonna die right now. Yeah, I'm gonna let it die. Hi, Olaf. Welcome in. Olaf. The cat heater bed thing that you got, Leia. She loves it so much. Wow, I know, right? Thank you. Thank you. I aim to please with my German. Yeah, it is already here. Isn't that crazy? That bitch is fast. Where did that thing go? Hi, bitch. My friend, she lives there since a year. Oh my god, well, thank you. I honestly, I will say one of the only talents that I actually hold dear to my heart is learning languages, and I'm very proud of that. I don't actually know the language at all. I just know some words. Is there a boss fight here? No, I'm trilingual actually. Oh, of course. This is so dumb that I can just die while doing a max thing. Until you're a polygot? That'd be really cool, honestly. Yeah, this is bullshit. This is a bullshit thing right there. I am learning Korean, yeah. I am. I'm learning Korean. Very excited about it, actually. But I'm really struggling with, like, making up my mind if I want to, like, commit myself to Korean or Japanese. Because, like, I watch a shit ton of K-dramas, but I also, like, I react to anime and, like, I don't know. Pretty hardcore when of course it is, yeah. Japanese is super hard, of course.
Dragon! It's flying away!
Strike and retreat tactics. Smart.
I don't understand. Vanya used to live here? It's just a crater.
It wasn't a
Pick
crater
one and
when they
focus on
lived
that.
here.
Yeah, I know.
Something happened to it.
What? Like an explosion?
It's just
It'd have
hard.
to be huge.
It's hard to pick.
No doubt about
Well,
it.
learning Greek?
Just
Oh,
like
why are you
those
learning Greek?
Viking folk in Midgard.
Yet I have never been here.
I don't know if I can commit to Korean or trafficking.
Curious.
Sorry? No, none of that. No. None of that, Habibi.
This kill. Dragons do not leave marks like these.
We've seen those marks before in the Valendar. Remember? Must be a soul eater around here. I can hear the animals. They're afraid.
Aye. Let's keep a lookout for other kills. Soul eaters hide in plain sight.
What the fuck did I just do that for? Sick. Is Greek? Oh, really? That's so interesting. Oh my god. Okay, well, Greek and Egyptian like roots are very similar.
Not getting through here while the sun's still out, I'm afraid.
God damn it. There are multiple alphabets for Greek? What the fuck? I didn't know that. Another one?
Kill.
It's a sign we're on the right trail.
That's so
Getting
interesting.
close.
I didn't know that at
Remember
all.
last time it looked just like a pile of rocks at first. I see an altar up there. If we can reach it, we can change the time of day.
Okay.
Huh. That growth thingy looks weird.
Nice.
Ah, isn't that interesting?
What is it?
Haven't a clue. Hence the interest.
Nah.
Crystals are valuable. Perhaps we'll find a use for it.
Tab, can we open this door or no? Okay, well, we removed the bulb, which is pretty good. Hi, Mary. Welcome in. I can hear a raven. The grammar sucks, not good, but once you get used to it, it gets easier. I can't imagine. My word, the least thing that I like about any language is the grammar. There's clearly more that I'm missing then. Do you have to go around? Dude, fuck these things. Well, I'm clearly missing one then. Hi, Andrew. Do I need more, perhaps?
Ah, typically those weak spots come in threes. Maybe there's another somewhere around here.
Fucking called it. How's the hunt for Kratos? Right now, okay. Right now, I am whole ass just like trying to get this fucking section open as well. Oh, okay, that makes a lot more sense. That would make it a lot easier, I'm sure. Immersion is a lot, it's like very important in learning a language. Guys, I can't find the 3. There's gotta be a third one and I can't find it. Is it in here? We manifest that you get the section open. Why, thank you. Maybe it's around here. But I definitely didn't go there, so I don't fucking know. Guys, I'm actually confused. What's happening? I know 0 Italian. Bellissima. My first kiss ever was with an Italian dude. It was very nice. Oh, I see it. I don't know how to get there. I have to get up there. Okay, let me try going from around here, maybe. I can hear the raven, though.
Say the.
I already killed the bulb of those, no? Did I not? I could have sworn I did. Really, bro? Hey, no way I'm gonna... Hi, Duncan. Welcome in. I'm not gonna die here, bro. I'm not. I'm sorry. Where's the bulb? If you see those amber crystals? Amber crystals? What are you talking about? Wait, how come I can't kill it? Seriously.
Howard?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Wait, why can't I kill it though? Seriously.
Speak.
The day this valley was destroyed, my spirit,
Ugh.
it was torn, split in two. Part of me. It lies out there with my remains. Perhaps if the scroll was whole again,
Well, it's good against plant and
it would
Pokemon rules.
uncloud my mind.
I don't
I
know.
could find peace.
I actually don't know. Is it fire?
Yes.
Okay, fine.
And Thor, my commander is waiting on my word.
He's been waiting a while then.
Tell us.
I was seeing red.
Okay.
Help me regain my
This Spectre may be able to tell us what happened in this valley, brother.
The Leviathan.
Thank you,
froze that
Fritz.
lightning.
I didn't know that. I don't play
I
Pokemon.
think Mother was, you know, here.
It means nothing. We do not know that Faye was here.
True. But that frozen bolt tells an unfinished story. If we want to know what really happened here, we need to know
Or
what that
Ira.
spirit remembers.
Then we go.
I hear the raven. I just don't see the raven. Where's this fucking bird? Bro, where? What the fuck?
Great. Now we can move the sun and moon.
But wait first. Fire and bird. Hi, Song. Welcome in, Habibi. Look at the amount of hack silver we got in this bitch, dude. Let me just go get a resurrection stone real
This
quick.
place has looked better. Let's make something then.
Oh, I already have one. Never mind.
Now, what else was there?
Gotta change the time of day. Okay. Why can't I go down there? The fuck? It's like right there. What the fuck? Okay, okay, okay. I can do this. Where? Guys, can you see the bird anywhere? Oh! Nice. I've killed so many. I'm actually so proud of that. Really? Really? What is that? I could put my spear in that? Oh. Oh, I didn't know that, Fritz.
Mysterious crystals.
Thank you. Wow, the more you know. Dude, I've got cash right now. Wait, I hear another bird. Scrabba-ba-ba. Yeah, purr. Let's go. Okay. Okay, now I gotta go back and do the 3 things that's over there. Bismillah. What the fuck? Where did you go? Bro, I already did this! Is there fucking regen? What the fuck? I'm scared. Oh, do I have to right now?
Dragon here!
Ya Allah. Ya Allah, I was almost done. Ya Allah. Where's the Soul Eater? Ya Allah. Ya Allah. This is some bullshit. La 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 la. Okay, listen, we're going to do this and we're going to fuck this bitch up, understand? Dead, I know, wallah. Hi Ninja Habibi. Come here, you ugly bitch.
Dragon incoming!
Where'd they go? Do I have to deal with this right now? Do I have to deal with this right now? Hi Ninja, I hope you're well. Thank you for the shout out for Ninja. Very well deserved. Go check out Ninja if you haven't already. Hi Habibi.
It's leaving!
Yeah, fuck off. Ooh. Really? Really? Nice! That should have totally done it, but I can't do it from here. Because you have to do it from behind, so I don't know how to open the door, though. I know! Okay, and I go run. How did that not work? That's some bullshit. That should have worked. That should have worked. 100% that should have worked. What a bunch of bullshit. Wait, where did the Soul Eater go? The fuck? My man is talking in Simlish over there. Okay.
Stay alert.
Wallahi, I'm alert.
Some rocks are not like the others.
What do you mean? What do you mean some rocks are not like the others? Oh, that's the thing. Got it. Assignment understood though, wallahi. Nice. did it. Maybe you should learn Simlish as your 4th language. Maybe. Maybe. That would be nice. That would be fun and quirky for us. Soul, my G. There you go, Queen. I found your second half.
I have returned your scroll, Spirit.
And I am whole again.
Congrats.
Now I can deliver my message.
Your commander is long dead.
Of course. Odin sent Thor to take control of the valley. But I suppose it's too late now.
It is, in
Don't
fact.
worry. We're handling the Aesir.
Now, tell us what you know of that day.
I remember walking into a meat hall, and Thor was there.
Do you know why he was there?
There were whispers he was looking for a Vanir military outpost. I didn't want any trouble, so I got out quick. That's the last I saw of him. But maybe there are others who saw more.
Hmm. Perhaps.
I wonder if Thor was meeting someone at the meat hall.
Whoa. Do you think Thor was meeting Mom there?
Faye never drank with me, and she would not have with him.
Yeah.
Sometimes we never really know the ones we love, brother.
But why are you talking shit about my girl? Ooh. Nice! We got another attack for a spear. No, I haven't, and I don't want to ask about it, thanks. I'm not 70 years old, wallahi.
Wish this one were like the dragons in Midgard. They were nice.
They were
Yeah, I'm
also
sure.
intelligent dwarves who had been transformed into dragons.
Still. I'm scared. I don't want to get murdered. What's in there? What's in here? Oh. Got him cornered!
Do I have to do this right now? Oh shit. But where's the health? Target weak points. Tabuer, where is it? Where'd it go? Hi, buddy. Stupid fucking bird. I am good at this. How dare you? No, okay, maybe not right now. Farah! Get it together, you dipshit! What the fuck? Oh. Oh. Oh, I was so close. Oh. I was so close though. I'm so close. I was so close. I was so close. You have to admit I was so close. Come on. Come on. Sad. So can I go get a resurrection stone? Ooh. Ya Allah. I can't go from one boss to the other. Can I take a break? لا بسم الله. بسم الله. Really, Farah? Really? Do I have to do this right now? Oh, okay. This is ridiculous. I first tried to, literally, yeah. I don't know what's happening right now. I think it's because I'm hungry. I haven't eaten yet. What? Whoa. No, because seriously, what? Whoa. This place is like beaming with monsters. Can a bitch get a break? Like, seriously? Where's the motherfucker?
Watch out! Dragon!
Not now. I'm not in the mood.
Lair. I hope Birger can hold on a little longer.
Habibi, I need resurrection stone right now, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sure, I'm open.
Astaghfirullah. Some bullshit.
Need something special?
Oh, I do, wallahi. Oh, but I don't have a dragon claw. Ah.
Wait, feels like there was something else.
No, suck my balls. Gotta go back and fix this fucking stupid bitch. Get something to eat. I can't be bothered at this current moment in time. You will. I must defeat boss first. Sank. I must defeat boss first. It's okay. Nice. You got him cornered.
Got him cornered.
Yeah, we get him cornered. Oh, that kind of slaps. Yeah, get fucked. What the fuck? Where'd he go? Where the fuck would go? I didn't mean to do that. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Come here, bitch. Come here, bitch. Yeah, get fucked. Get McFucked! Get McFucked! I will fuck you in the ass. Fuck you in the ass. Get McFucked! Ya Allah. Something tells me I'm going to get a dragon claw from this. Something crazy. I think I'm fucking in his ass right now. Allah, suck my balls. Suck my balls. You have to touch me right now. Thank God I got a resurrection stone. I would have lost my shit. I would have lost my shit if I got killed from this. I need to stop being reckless. I would have lost my muck fucking shit. Nice! We did it!
Now we just gotta find Birger.
I got a dragon claw! I got a dragon claw! Oh yeah. And a frozen flame? Shut the fuck up. I got a frozen flame? Like actually?
Ah, another crystal. Best hold on to it until we can figure out what to do with it.
Yeah, I have no idea what to do with it actually. Another one? How many ravens are in this shithole? Why are there so many here? Actually. There shouldn't be so many here. Y'all. She got claws, bitches. I got claws. Did you guys see the South Park episode of about Prime? It's got I got cred, bitches. I got cred. Did y'all see that one? They were so funny.
Over here.
Big Ear, I saved you.
Many thanks.
No, thank you. You saved us back on the boat. Right, Father?
It was foolish. And appreciated.
Aww.
There's a mystic gateway nearby, but I have no stone for it.
We do.
Spirit, someone told me they would cook rice in my mom's private parts and I'll chat. What should I do?
I rolled.
Tell them you'll cook rice in theirs.
Talk later.
You're welcome. I'm here to help. Oh, are we trying to let them go? Okay, here you go. Got you 2 days shipping. Shut up.
I have no need for this. Maybe I'll see you back at the camp.
And under different circumstances, one hopes.
Bye, G. Haram. I'm glad he's okay, though. We saved him.
Well, with Birger safe, we can get out of here. Or explore some more, if you wanna.
I want to explore some more, actually. We get so much shit from here. My god, this place is awesome. Like, why is there so much shit here? It's actually quite nice. Nice. I want another resurrection stone real quick so I can do the other stuff. Because I'm too scared to fight these fuckers without a resurrection stone. I don't want to die. I don't want to die yet. Wait, Hoot. Hello, sir. May you fix me up, sir. Wait, actually, let me get this.
Let me upgrade our axe for you. Can't stand to see it.
Him calling it art axe is wild. Do you use it, sir? I'm almost at max level. Shut the f- No, I'm not. Well, I'm 2/3 of the way there. I'm proud of that. Okay, armor.
Ready when you are.
Holy shit.
That'll keep your bits in all the right places.
Oh, it'll keep my bits in all the right places, alright. Ow. Hey!
Damn, am I good or what?
Guys, look at us. I don't have enough dragon teeth. No.
You make up your mind. What's it gonna be?
Okay.
Hitting the road.
That's
or
huge. You're
chewing
cracked. Thank
the
you.
fat?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I do feel cracked indeed.
What's
Actually,
he
wait,
need
sir.
Now?
Well, shut up. Why is he so rude these days? I am literally the only one giving you business as of right now. Be kind. My god, he's rude these days.
I had something.
Okay, let's go to skills. I pretty much use all of my fucking XP for other things, but let's try. Let's go. Almost done with him. Let's go. This one's one. Oh, I can do all of them. Oh. Okay. He's cracked now. That's nice. All right, let's get cracked here. Let's do the one thing over here. Hey, let's look at that. Oh my god, fuck yeah. We're getting better, bitches. The last time, for anybody who wasn't here when I played the first game, guys, I literally did none of this. Okay? I pretty much went into the last boss battle with like a hope and a dream. Okay, let's kill this fucker. Hey, fuckwad.
Steel yourselves.
Come here, bitch. Where'd it go? Oh, I did it. Fuck. Come on, open up your really gates, baby. By the way, let me just... Where really quickly. It's useful for people like him. Why can't I run? What is happening? Oh. I can't aim when I'm fucking moving up. I hate this enemy. It's so hard to avoid his hits. I can't avoid his hits when I'm doing this. Like, it's almost impossible. Fuck, what is he busting loads for? How do I avoid that? Can I block that, actually? Can I block that? Oh my god, I can? I didn't know I could block that. Fritz, the way I didn't know I could block that. Thank you. The way I didn't know is actually embarrassing. Try killing it with your axe. Thanks, buddy. Fuck you, Perry. Fuck you for real. Where'd he go?
Big man, boss needs your help coaxing this stag back to the World Tree. The boss needs your help, mind you. Not me.
Huh? What? Sorry?
I'm doing great. Got a belly full of stag feed. Living life, but yeah. Talk to him back at the round between rounds when you got a moment.
Okay. But let me do something else first. Oh. Just killed the bird, I guess. That was nice. Did I just lose all my upgrades on my shit? No. I just... Rip bird. No, seriously. Hot on the poor bird. I got fucked in the ass. Where's the fuckwad? I'm so lost right now, you guys. I'm actually so lost.
Oh,
there we go.
remember to ask Tyr about his travels to the lands beyond the seas.
You wish to travel the world?
I don't know. Maybe.
Where am I?
Places. Find out more about myself.
Did I just go in a fucking circle? I think I just did. I think I just went into a fucking circle. Oh my god, I did. I actually did. Help. Where am I? Hello? Okay, and then I went this way after I saved that guy, Balder, or whatever the fuck. Okay, here. Yes, okay. Okay. Okay, maybe I should save. Hi, Doc. Okay. And then I went here. Yes. Poo-poo water. Still can't go up there. What the fuck is going on? blocking, but that's not blocking. I thought I was blocking, stupid bitch. Let me just make sure I have a resurrection stone. Hee hee.
Yeah?
Yep, okay. Let me just save once again. Because, like, honestly, what the fuck? Why did it make me there? Like, lame. Fucking lame. Okay. Yo, fuckwad. Wake up, bitch.
Steel yourselves.
Was I supposed to do? I'm such an idiot. Nice. Nice, die. I really hate this enemy. I didn't know I could. I didn't know I could shield. That's actually comical. Oh my god. We did it. That's so much easier when you know that you can shield.
This valley can flourish again.
I didn't know it was effective to shielding.
Andvari, the dwarf who
Farah
put his soul
discovers
into a
shield.
ring.
Wow.
That's right. He created the Soul Eaters. Whatever happened
Oh my god, I'm such a fucking idiot.
to the annoying bugger anyway?
I lent him to Sindri.
That was
and he
so
said he
easy.
lost
It was actually embarrassing.
Uh-huh. Lost him.
No, because I'm actually upset, Fritz. Like, I actually didn't know that. Like, it's actually funny that you were like, try using a shield. And I was using R2 and I was like, I am though. Like, hello? No, I wasn't. No, I wasn't. It's R1. I'm a fucking idiot. I am a fucking idiot. Where's the area with the dragon? Yeah, it's over here, right? Let's go kill the second boss thing. No worries, no worries. Love you, baby. Snack away. I can't do this, right?
Not getting in while that Sather barrier's still up.
Oh! Why are there so many birds here? How do I, where's the area with the boss guy? Like, the dragon shrine was somewhere. It wasn't there. No, not me. You. Oh, right. Yeah. No, I don't want to snack right now, but I love you. Good luck with studying, though. I love you. You got this. I think it was from this door, actually.
A net. Lungs. No, that's rubbish.
What?
What are you talking about?
Bloody riddle.
Thank you, baby.
What gets bigger the more you take away? I can't let that blue twat beat me.
That blue
You
twat.
are this upset. He already has.
Big boy is here. Oh no, that was a bad idea. That was a bad idea. I didn't mean to press that. Kratos, get away, bro. Yikes. Bismillah. No way, him lifting it caused me damage! La 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 la! I literally got it though. No, 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 because I got it! No, because I got it! That's some bullshit. That's not fair. I got. La, fuck you, bro. Kratos, you dumb fuck. La 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 la. I'm trying so hard to remain composed, but I'm not. I'm failing miserably, guys. I need help. La 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 la. I'm actually getting angry now. I'm getting angry now. Where am I? I don't know where I am. Gatsby, you're the only one who believes in me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I fully believe in you. Something feels sarcastic about that. He's so scary. In the middle of my class. I hope it's entertaining to you, baby. I also love you. Do we have to ult right now? Really? Is this necessary? Nada, bismillah. I like how he waited for me. What a nice man. Bismillah. What a chode. I got it. Lala, that's a scam. I know, right, cowboy? I'm trying so hard. Fuck you! I did it. We 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 did it.
That about? Maybe that journal he dropped.
I'm so proud of us. Let's go, gamers.
The Path of Lies.
Written by.
We did it.
Well, perhaps that's who this fella has.
Hi, Cav, baby. Can we get a shout out for Cav? Hi, baby. And also, hi, Glitch. Welcome in. Oh, God. That was intense. That was intense. Can we get a shout out for Cav, please? That was a lot. That was a lot. Yeah. Oh, my God.
Bet we can get into that Revenant camp now.
Yeah, to kill that fuckwad over there. Another boss that we must fight. It's a shame, really. Thank you for shout out for Cav. We love Cav in this neighborhood. Check out Cav if you haven't already. We love her. All right, let's fucking go.
Lungs. Stop. No, that's.
Let's fuck. I'm so proud of us right now. You guys don't understand. We really be doing that. What is this? R1, R1, R1. So 5 R1s and then R2. Wow, okay.
Rubbish.
What?
Brock's bloody riddle. What gets bigger the more you take away? I can't let that blue twat.
A hole.
If you are this upset, he already has.
It is a hole, bro. It's a hole. It gets bigger the more you take away. It's a hole. My God, how dumb are you? Yeah, so how big of this is the boss battle exactly? I'm stressed out. Bismillah. Why aren't they dying? Is there somebody singing? I don't see a singer. Is it because I have to fight them with ice or something? Hi, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Oh, I have to destroy these. I didn't know that. Here, really? How do I destroy these exactly? Like, wait, how do I destroy these exactly? Okay. Guys, how are they not dying? I don't see anything. Where is the guy? Where's the guy? Does anybody know what the fuck's going on? Does anybody know what the fuck's going on? How am I supposed to kill them? Healing tower frozen? What the fuck is the healing tower? Is it this one? Come here, fuckwad. How am I supposed to keep that one frozen if that one... Eh? Yeah, I don't know what's happening right now. I'm so confused. One died. What the fuck is that? Don't touch me, G. Dude, fuck this game, bro. Okay, I'm gonna try again. I can do this. I can do this now that I know what's happening. Now that I have hope, I can do it. It's fine. It's okay. It's just hard not to use my favorite tool, you know? Come here, bitches. Come here, bitch. Over here. Over here, fuglies. Is this a sick joke? Die. They blow up.
What do those say they're doing here?
Some Vanir turned to dark magic to defend themselves from the Aesir. There were consequences.
Oh my god, they're awful. They're so awful and annoying. They're so awful and annoying. That was excruciatingly awful. I hated every moment of that, truly. When I did something here, I did everything. Look, I'll just do this. Yeah, see, apparently I broke the seals with this. Which, see that? I don't even need to find it.
Lad, am I right in getting the sense you've actually gotten to know...
Maximum rage increase.
Yeah, dude's great. Wants to be a Valkyrie one day. and she deserves to be. Of course, I told her all about the Valkyries we faced, but I'm not sure how much she believes me. It didn't go great when I tried to tell her stories about her grandfather, though.
Anyone can have a blind spot
Yeah.
when it comes to family. Some only learn the truth in the hardest way.
Yeah, that sucks. It's okay though. Guys, we did it. Guys, literally Fritz is out here saving my life. Every 2 seconds, I'm like, Fritz, what the fuck do I do? And then they're like, just block. And I'm like, wow, I would have never thought of that myself. Thank you. Return the slab. Hi, Johnny. Welcome in.
What you need now?
Another special item, my guy. Always gotta have this shit.
Ready when you are.
The thing is that I really want the dragon one.
It fits.
I really want the dragon one, but I don't have any more dragon teeth. Do I have to reset the dragon? Can I just do it again? Okay, let's do the next quest. But how do I get that? I still haven't been able to get that. I don't know how to get that one. Okay. Odd. What's that? Another one? Oh, I did it. Did I not? Oh. What? Did I not do it? What the fuck are you, dude? Okay. The fuck is he rapping about?
What a shame. A river once ran through here, bringing life to all manner of flora and fauna.
What became of the river?
Odin had something to do with it, didn't he?
Of course he does.
Aye. Dammed it up. Why bother fighting the enemy if you can just get rid of their water source?
A drought, without dragons. This place has really seen better days.
I love doing this instead of having to do anything myself. This is very enjoyable for me. Like, yeah, I don't have to do shit. How fucking sick is that? Isn't that fucking sick, dude? You see that? You see that? I did that. And by I did that, it means I did nothing. And press 2 buttons.
Something rather large broke through here.
Stay alert.
Oh, I'm alert, all right. They thought they could get me. They were wrong!
So you just refuse to pick a favorite poem? That's uncharacteristically indecisive of you.
I have a favorite poem already. One from my homeland.
Wait, how do I? Oh. I find it weird that I can break through some logs, but not all logs. Wait, what's that? Oh, it's a paw.
Big footprint.
Smartest man alive.
Nah.
You try making conversation with you sometime.
He's so sassy. Smartest
Whatever's
man
making these
alive.
footprints, It knocked over those trees like they were twigs. Be careful.
I am always careful.
Ha! Oh, bloody hell. You're serious.
Ooh. A raven over there.
Ogre! We can't get through with that bastard trying to bludgeon us!
Then we must get closer.
Bloody thing can't be harmed! Something must be casting a spell on it! Watch out!
Huh? I can hear the thing singing, so I can't even do anything. How am I supposed to get closer to that? From here? I literally hear it singing. What do I do?
五条先生の教え子
Chesney!
虎杖
Hi, baby.
僕が殺します
Farah, happy 5 months.
Happy 5 months, Angel. Happy 5 months, Angel, baby. I can't kill it. I can hear the bitch singing, but I don't know where the bitch is. Yeah, I can't harm it. I'm trying to open this, but I can't, because the motherfucker's here. Hi, Sheila, baby. Can we get a shout out for Sheila, please? Guys, what am I supposed to do right now?
Watch out!
What's that? Fritz! 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 Fritz, what am I supposed to do? I don't understand. Oh, come back later? Okay. 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 How later are we talking? Like, am I missing something or do I have to go around? Is that what you're saying? Hi, Ninja. Hi, Sheila. Hi, Chesney. Chesney, thank you so much for the 5 months, baby. I love you. I love you. You need to fix something else first. What am I, the fucking businesswoman here? The way that I'm just like the fucking like repair woman of this fucking zone, like they really think like I'm their maid or something. Oh, for fuck's sake, I can't catch a break in the streets. Do I have to deal with this at this current? The side business in this place is I'm literally getting that, yeah. I just cannot be bothered with these right now. What? What? What just happened? Ooh, die. No! Just die, please just die. Please just die. Don't touch me, ho. One triangle with spear. Really? Wait, really? I didn't know that. Fritz, okay, Fritz, wallahi, you make me feel like I'm an idiot. You make me feel like I'm an actual fucking idiot. But also, Sheila, I hope you're well, baby. You woke up late today, bitch.
Look, I'll be damned.
Haha.
That was a joke.
No, I got it. It was terrible.
Are you certain?
Are you certain?
Let's go investigate, shall we?
They're so sassy. I love them
We'd like
so
to reach
much.
the other side of this canyon if there was still water running through it.
They're so sassy.
I wonder what's in there.
Hi, Cat Baby. Atreus, you're not funny. Good morning, Rara. Good morning, Kelly.
You think we'd bring the river
So sorry.
back?
Why are you sorry, bitch? Do you want to get punched in the face? I'll punch you in the face. I'll punch you in the face, Cav. I'll punch you in the face. Oh, Callie, I also made S2 a thing now, so you don't have to get mad at me for making a shout out. God. Kratos is fucking funny. Kratos is funny. Oh, also SO, yes. I think I did SO, right? Oh, wait. No, I need the visual. I need the visual. Oh.
I wonder if this will take us to the dam.
Well, that worked anyways. Wait, did I already go there? I can't. Okay. So many fucking side quests in this area. Guys, I was like, I'll finish the game, right? And then I just do 7 million side quests instead. Wallahi, this game doesn't
A lot
end.
of the creatures here dying of thirst.
Please do. I wasn't mad. Mine is specific.
it
No, I'm
makes me
kidding. I'm
mad.
kidding. I love you.
Honest that.
I'm kidding.
do
When I
not
say mad, I don't mean it
control
like actually mad. If I actually ever meant mad, I would never bring it up on stream. You know what I'm saying? Like ever. It would never happen because I would be so like scared all the time. Like no, trust me.
Another gathering of Sather.
You know what you
Give
have
all the
to do,
shouties.
brother?
Can we also get him like
Release them.
a legitimate shout out for Callie? Please? Hi, Buster. Guys, ever since I became level 5, all of these motherfuckers suddenly became level 5. I've just remained level 4. Sorry? How am I dying all of a sudden? I wanted the health, bro. Fuck me. I need to go poo poo. BRB, I need to go poo poo. I need to go. Nah! And by the way, I'll go get my food so I can eat while I stream, okay? Khalas. I know I haven't eaten. I know. I understand. I have food, and my food is wrap and pickle. Yeah. My food is wrap. And pickle. Yes, I did. I did. I already did that. Yeah. We did it the first day that I moved here. Like, moved back here. You're so on shit, Kinko. First meal of the day. Guys, honestly, intermittent fasting is really hard. I need to get mine in. Do it. Do it. Want to go grocery shopping? Do it. I love grocery shopping. That shit is fun as fuck. Thing is, I made a list of recipes I wanted to make, and then I used like
this will take us to the dam.
I tried to like optimize ingredients and like recipes I'd be making throughout the week, and it was really helpful.
It just it makes me mad.
Harness that, but do not let it control you.
So true.
Another gathering of Sather.
You know what you have to do, brother. Release them.
Die! Wait. So, Atreus, can you like be of help, please? Trey, can you be of some help to me, please? Oh, I'm done? That was easy. I need to charge my first. Okay, fair. You charge that baby up.
The door. Shouldn't there be a way inside?
Move. The fuck does that do? Are there more?
What's it say, brother?
Aw. That's so sad. Thank you, Gatsby. I appreciate you. It's actually super good. I've been having the same breakfast every day. I really like doing that. It makes me like, you know, like I just know what I'm having each day, and I like that. I like that like knowledge.
It's another mystery crystal.
Nice. It is a turkey and Havarti wrap with veggies. Gatsby, honestly, it really is. Oh my god.
Another Drekkie.
It'll eat its way through everything here. Let's track it down.
All right. Where's the motherfucker? Where is it? Don't touch me right now, please.
Left flank.
Do not sub Pharaoh is stinky. Wow, Zaki.
What is it?
It's a tale.
Do not sub. Fair is stinky.
Thank you for the 2-month sub, Zaki. I appreciate you. Thank you. You're so sweet. Thank you. Thanks for that. Super nice. Yeah.
Fair-haired woman doing battle.
Ooh, Gatsby, what'd you have for dinner?
Powerful of all gods. What woman? Elaborate.
But, oh, the specifics elude me. I had my stein of me, and I was excited. Yes, about to bury the hatchet with an old friend.
You made it? Oh my god, that sounds delicious. Send pics. Put them in the Discord. I want to see.
Something terrible happened.
I love seeing you guys make food, honestly.
That thing was your demise, my friend.
I know there was more. 3 ponds. I could see all 3. Please, help me make amends with my friend. Help me remember.
Sure.
I've got a good feeling about this guy. I think he knows something about Mother.
Yeah, I think it was Mother.
Have some faith, brother. Answers could be closer than you think. Doesn't seem like we can cross. Not yet, anyhow.
You don't say. You don't say. I'm gonna wait till I move the water, I guess.
Stuck.
Looks like something's gummed up the works, brother.
Scalpel.
Nope, wrong one. Nice. I definitely can't reach that. Wait, no, I could do it from there, no?
Ow.
I can't reach it, right? No. Yeah, there's no way. Huh. That shit. Fuck.
Alka.
No. Yes.
Surely that's unjammed the wheel.
Let's fucking go, dude.
The water's moving. Wonder if we can get anywhere new now.
Yes.
The water level dropped. I think we can go across now.
Really? Zaki, thank you for giving me a coin, baby.
In the next life.
What an interesting goal. I'm going to drink in the next life. Love that for you. What a weird thing to say.
That's where the Drekkie feed. Let's get ready. Won't be much time for fussing once the fighting starts.
Fantastic.
Ready yourselves.
I got you.
Ah, bloody luck. Another one.
Funky Lee!
Just focus on one. I always just like to focus on one. What the fuck was that? Oh, fuck me. I don't have a resurrection stone, right? Yeah, I don't. Fuck, that's stupid. This is such a dumb place to not have a resurrection stone. That annoys me. Can we keep it? No, we cannot. No, absolutely. Oh, look at that! Ah! Are you seeing that? Are you fucking seeing that little mushroom dude? Oh my god! Hi! You're so cute! Right? He's so... It's so cute!
I got you.
Bloody luck. Another one.
Alka! It's gonna blow! Alka!
I don't see myself living through this. I think I need a resurrection stone for this, guys. Fuck! Yeah, I got chewed up and thrown out. That was awful. Okay. That was awful. I was close, though. I was close. Shut up. Wait. Brandon? Brandon? Can I have water, please? It was the game, was it? Was it really? Thank you, baby. No, I need more. Man said there's water in here. Sir, I am thirsty. I am parched, okay? Yeah, I am parched. Okay. Okay.
Look,
thank you for the
over
parching.
Here. The water's flowing.
I know. You can put it back,
You got
though.
the water flowing.
Yes,
Only
put it
so we
back.
might access
Don't
more of the
waste it.
crater.
Oh, you want to eat it? Okay,
Yeah,
go
but
for it.
With the water flowing, the plants and animals will come back. I think we just healed this place.
It was not my intention.
But
For
we
goodness
did it.
sake, brother. Just take the win.
Yeah, literally. Just take the win. Just take the W.
With the water flowing and new paths open to us, I say we go for a stroll.
We will
Watching you through that crack.
not stroll.
Oh, come off it. You've never enjoyed nature for its own sake? Not just for the treasure you might find?
I mean, treasure is nice too.
You're hopeless. Both of you.
What, because we're not selfish?
Looks like our good deed has already brought back some wildlife, but... Suppose I spoke too soon.
I just wanted the... La. That's not what that was not my intention. Genuinely. I need to get resurrection. La, please, I need
Dragon's
resurrection.
perched on that structure. Should we find a way up?
Astaghfirullah. We cannot be free. Why must I? No resurrection for you. I want resurrection. I don't have time for this, صراحة, honestly.
Incoming!
You know what's incoming? My fucking fat ass. Get fucked. Wait, it's getting healed. Why is that one getting healed? Don't touch me, you mangry bitch.
Find the Nokin! It's making these things stronger!
Oh.
If we keep going this way, I believe we'll reach that air dragon's lair.
Yes.
Just making sure you know where
Oh,
you're
it's the
going.
lair.
Thank you.
Behind you! Look out!
Left side! Behind!
I know, wallahi, I'm gonna die.
Brother! Get up! Brother!
I love healing too much for this game. What do you mean? Faux show. I'm tired. I'm tired right now. Like, I'm exhausted of these fuckers. Like there's no god of peace. Wallahi, why must I be god of war? Is there no god of chilling the fuck out? Yani, god of taking a break. God of having a snack. Yani, wallahi, I'm just trying to run away. Astaghfirullah. Astaghfirullah. Not happy. Wait, I don't get it. I don't get the joke this time. Oh, I got it. Never mind.
On your left!
Leave me alone. I'm cereal.
Behind you!
No, I actually hate this game. No, I need a break. I need a break. Why must I die every 2 seconds? This is exhausting. This game is exhausting. I must have like the peak number of deaths. Sometimes I feel like I'm getting better, and then other times I'm like, wow, I'm fucking shit. No, I need to go get my resurrection stone. La, this is not funny. Time to go fucking back with my fucking tail between my fucking legs. Hi, Melanie, welcome in. I'm about to fucking cry. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you.
The river's flooded. You think we can reach some new parts of the crater?
Yeah, this game is so stressful. Khalas ba. Like, enough, bro. Like, please, like, just give me a fucking break. Like, give me a fucking break. I just need one break. Have you thought of that once in your life? Like, have you thought of giving me a fucking break? Or is that thought process too much for you to handle?
Now that I've spent time in Asgard, it's strange to imagine Magni and Modi there.
No, it's the story.
Sif
I
raised
keep
them
getting
both, right?
fucking murdered.
She seems like a good mom. Maybe a little overprotective.
A good mother. Not the Sif I knew. In a culture as debaucherous as the Aesir, being a paragon of womanhood meant being a fierce fighter and a fiercer drinker. She and Thor seldom knew a moment's sobriety, whether brutally dealing with their enemies or, just as brutally, raising those boys.
Oh, shit.
What do you mean?
Oh, little brother. I know you didn't have an easy childhood. But you can't fathom how much worse it can get.
Enough. We will continue later.
No, do I have to kill someone right now? I'm not in the mood. I just need a break.
What now? Calling more wind.
What the fuck is that now?
I forgot that one, brother.
Did you feel it, Mimir? Did you feel it, Mimir? Did you? Really? Thank you, Gatsby. Thank you. Wallahi, thank you. Fuck you. If I died, I would have cried. My god. I just need my resurrection stone, okay? I just need my resurrection stone. Even the wolves are so hard. Why are the wolves so hard?
What'll it be?
Could I have taken the Mystic Gateway? No, I couldn't have, right? It took you too nice to invite one of the bosses.
You make
for
up
real?
your mind.
Shut up! Why can't I have more than one? Like, this is actually dumb. Like, is there a way to increase it? Also, why does this keep showing up for me? Like, I don't have anything. Khalas, shut up. Enough? Wait, what's this? So what's the issue? Like, why does it keep telling me I have something else?
Something for the kid? What's it gonna be?
I can? Fritz, really? Oh, I can't. It full heals? Shut up. Oh, ya Allah. Wait, where am I right now? Am I in Midgard right now? Where am I? No, I'm in Vanaheim. Okay. Where am I? Where am I trying to go? Here? Or here? I actually don't know. I thought I was trying to go here. Yeah, no, I'm trying to go to this one. Oh. Okay, back to this we go. Ugh, ya Allah. But see, I can't go, see? How come I can't go? I can't go here. Oh, but I can go to this one. Oh, okay.
So I got the sense Vanaheim wasn't supposed to be so human.
At least we did that.
Was that the effect of Fimbulwinter
Oh,
there?
astaghfirullah.
To a great extent, it seems.
So Midgard had endless night and cold. Svartalfheim had earthquakes. Alfheim had the light randomly pulsing. But Asgard didn't seem to be having any effects at all.
Odin had
I literally haven't used the Mystic Gateway like that once. Not once.
I noticed in Helheim or Muspelheim.
I'm pretty sure I should be.
Now that I think of it, the more primordial realms might be less susceptible.
How do you suppose Jotunheim is faring?
How would I know?
Just training your powers of speculation.
I don't know. If nobody's there to see, does it even matter?
All right, Schrodinger. You really said if nobody's there, does it mean I did it? I can do that now, right? No?
What's your left?
That's a hard no. Well. I can go from behind. Ahaha. Nice.
Hey, Mimir. Ever heard of the Utengard?
The Uten. Later, brother. Hostilities demand our focus.
Watch it! Watch out! Left side!
Fucking bitch. The way that I can just like die every 2 seconds is crazy. Ugh, I hate these fuckers. So exhausting.
Another one of those mysterious crystals.
Oh, they're mysterious, all right. I know, right? It's so annoying. I wish I could just like pause and heal. No, no, you can't do that. You just have to suffer. Would be nice, huh?
Have to get past those vines somehow.
Somehow.
Outcome.
The way is clear.
The way is clear. What's that? Waiting patiently for the Adderall, the caffeine to course through my veins. Me every day. Me every fucking day. That is so real. That is so real. Why must we suffer? The ADHD life would be difficult. Whack! Kai, I missed you. I was like, where's Whack? So sad.
Father, what's the biggest thing you've ever fought?
My fat ass.
You can't remember?
There's a fight to be remembered.
Why do you ask?
I don't know. So we can compare?
It is not a competition.
I mean...
Just get these meds working first. So true. Welcome. Hi, Gran. Welcome in. I'm confused. Aren't I supposed to go up there? Okay. Maybe I could go from here. Yeah, from the middle. Yeah, I think I can. Rocket's currently suffering from... No! What food poisoning? What'd you have? Habibi, feel better. Haram.
Mimir, you were explaining how bad it got for Magni and Modi being raised by Thor and Sif while they were drinking. I want to understand.
Well, imagine learning discipline by having thrashed into it time and again. That was Thor's approach, the same one Odin used on him. A poisonous notion of manhood passed down through generations.
Oh, he's talking against the patriarchy. You love that. Hi, Rio. Can we get a shout out for Rio?
That's enough for the time being.
If we go much further, we'll be right on top of the ogre. Better be sure we're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready, all right. And I'm gay.
We fight!
Yeah, I got that.
Come here, you fucking bitch. Y'all, there's two! Bismillah. Wait, is there another one of those?
Right side. Incoming.
There's another one. Hey, bro. They thought they could do me like that. Fucking bitch.
Left side, brother!
Switching.
Oh yeah, let's go. Let's go, let's go! Come back here, bro.
Watch your right!
He's stunned, father.
Yeah. Oh, he's stunned, alright. Been sickness, at least a headache and fever again. Oh no, baby. I feel like sickness has been going around so hard these days. My dad's been the same. Brandon's been the same. I've been the same. What's been going on these days, dude? I hope you're both okay. That's fine. I'm not particularly pressed about that.
Sod.
It went back to its perch. Let's go after it.
We never do seem to get rid of those things.
I'm not particularly upset about it stealing our kill, quote unquote. I'm not gonna fucking eat it. I hope you're okay, baby. Please rest up, habibi. May you heal and feel better very soon. Yeah, no, it's sickness season for real. It's not gooders. What was the point of that? That was stupid. I did pretty good with that fight. No, I think I did pretty good. Considering I've been dying every 2 seconds, but that one was pretty good. Thanks, Gatsby. Gatsby's like one of the very few people in here that doesn't bully me. I love it here.
So, brothers, how did you manage to kill Garm anyway?
We killed him a few times, actually.
You
but
can always do
it. And I figured maybe the way to stop a soulless beast was to...
And Callie. Okay,
give
Callie
it a
doesn't
soul.
bully me either.
So I gave it the one I had
Sometimes,
on
though.
me.
I beg your pardon.
Konnichiwa.
Fenrir.
Konnichiwa, my G.
Remember the light father saw? The accidental magic I did when Fenrir died?
Yes.
That was part of Fenrir's soul
No.
going into my knife.
But guys, what is it about me that incites you guys to bully me so hard is the question. Because you know what I noticed? Okay, a lot of streamers have people in their like stream and they like love them, right? They're like nice to them, right? Like they amp them up. What is it about me specifically that gets you guys to bully me the way that you do? First of all, okay, but you're like asking for it. Like you can't tell me that you like don't like give bully me energy. Because you do. You take it out. What the fuck?
Another round! To the left!
Fucking bitch. Fuck? Oh. Now what? Just talking about Gatsby.
久しぶり
Looks like good job for me. Controversy, because it feels so empty without me. Me, so everybody just follow me. Cause we need a little controversy, because it ain't so empty without me. Oh, such a good fucking alert. My god, I'm so proud of that one. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Oh, no, but Callie, right? Like, actually, like, genuinely, how?
Yeah.
Thank you so much for gifting a sub, Gatsby. Evie, I hope you enjoy your gifted sub, your emotes, and your sub badge.
That's no.
I popped my... No, but seriously, like, actually, though, like, What is it about cultivating a community that makes you want to, like, makes you guys want to bully me to the extent that you do? Like, what is it about me specifically? Does it give, do I give, like, bottom energy? Do I give, like, I enjoy pain? Like, I swear I don't have, like a humiliation kink. I swear. It's childhood trauma. Do I ooze traumatized? Do I give, I'm traumatized. Oh my god, Cav, did you just realize that Whack is funny as fuck? Whack makes me feel so happy. Like, Whack just, like, being here, genuine to God, brightens my day. And that's, like...
Time of rebirth.
And I know I'm extra for saying that, but, like, I love Whack.
Smell of those flowers. I'm sorry, kid. Just come back already.
I feel like if anyone... I wouldn't be having it in my chat. Like, what? You mean, like, bullying you? You wouldn't have it? Like, you wouldn't like it? I kind of like it. It's fun. Like, I feel like I've created, like, a bond with everybody. I like it quite a lot.
You spoke of his.
But at the same time, sometimes I'm like,
He saw that the Aesir would likely use his.
Sometimes it'd be hurting just a little bit, you know?
His fellow dwarves, so he ripped out his design pages and scattered them.
Wait, am I supposed to feed it?
Well, the All-Father found out. He wasn't terribly pleased.
That's why your community's like, that's fair. Wait, Callie, you let me bully you, though. How do I feed it, though? Dude, how am I supposed to feed this thing? Hey. طب sorry طيب بس how do I feed it طيب? With love? Sounds inappropriate. Sounds illegal. Can you like throw apples at it? No, I don't have apples like that. It's not... The squirrel first at Sindri's house? Oh, I don't want to. Don't love the stack on stream, please. Yeah, it feels like a crime. I'm pretty sure it is a crime.
Look at that. Fancy a dip, brother?
Are we going skinny dipping? Being okay and really effective, I feel like, and I've seen some streamers just get really upset in a hard place. Yeah, of course. Of course. I feel like the people in this stream, though, they know, like, the line. Like, I feel like everybody here in my community knows a very, very, like, big line. And with everybody here who bullies me, I feel like you guys are actually also very overprotective of me. Weirdly. Hello? Hello? Okay. Yay. We're back. Okay, well. Anyways. Oh, now I can't hear the game. I can't hear the game. Help me. Help. Someone help me. I can't hear the game. This fucking XLR is so shit. It's so shit. I'm actually exhausted. No, like I'm exhausted. Hello? I can't hear the game. I actually can't hear a game. The fuck do I do? I'm gonna have to restart stream really quick. I'm gonna restart. Hello. Hi. I fixed it. Yeah, please somebody fund this XLR. I'm actually gonna cry. Somebody fund this XLR, please, for the love of God. For the love of God, somebody please buy this for me. Like I please buy this for me. I cannot anymore. This is the end of my I can't do it anymore. I can't. It's wish list. It's not thrown, unfortunately. I'm so done. I am so done. I am so fucking done. I'm so done.
And that my allegiance is recognized. I don't know.
Oh my God. Thank you, Triper. Thank you for 100 biddies.
Streaming the struggle bus.
No, because honest to God, this XLR is actually garbage. Like, it's garbage. I'm so done with it. I don't understand what is going on. Like, it just shuts down for no reason. It just does that for no reason, like midstream. And then I have to reset OBS because OBS needs to be reset when you do that. Because then it doesn't understand it's this audio source. And I'm just like, oh my God, like, what is this hate crime of a fucking, like, software? And it's not like I can email them. No, they shut down their company. How can they be allowed to just do that? You can't just do that. It's not fair. That's cheating. Yeah, it's an audio interface and a mixer. Yeah, they don't exist anymore. Like, I can't just, like it's a hate crime. So if anybody can, please, if you have the funds, I beg you. I fucking beg you. Please fund my fucking XLR up there. Wallahi, please. Literally deleted their company. Literally, though. Hate crime. What am I supposed to do down here? Seriously. Go XLR, yes. What am I doing here? I don't understand. Ah, a stone. Let me just...
What was that? Did the lake just react to us destroying that crystal?
It will appear.
The lands of Vanaheim are certainly more alive than those in other realms. Perhaps it's glad you got rid of that crystal.
You're welcome.
Seems like the pond still wants something. What if you threw a crystal in?
Okay. Sure. It's ass. What's the point of that?
Whoa, it worked. Look, it gave us a gift in return. Oh wow, that equipment will prove useful.
Okay,
And
so I have a lot more.
I bet we'll get a reward for any we return to the pond.
Okay, I've got loads.
Good thing we collected all those crystals in the first place, eh?
Oh, I can use it to elevate the thing? I have more. 45,000 hex silver? Is that a sick joke? I'm sorry. How much? You thought to explode the screen? Yeah, right, Fritz? Yeah. So smart. Yeah. Who would have thought? Not me. Digital mixers. It's not that I want a digital mixer. I actually do want the Rode mixer though, because it is phenomenal, and I can use like a wireless like headphones with it and shit like that. It's just fucking awesome. Like that would be fucking sick. Like genuine to God, that one is my dream mixer, and I've wanted it for so long, and I actually need it now. Like it's actually bad. Very bad. Very bad. What's down here then? I'm not getting good vibes from this area. I don't know if it's just me, but I'm not getting good vibes. Yeah. Did you hear that? That was the mixer. What the fuck was that? Did you hear that, or is it just me? By any means, yeah, no, I get it. There was like a shh.
Hey, Mimir. Between me and Tyr, who'd ever guess I was the giant? Huh?
Ha! Indeed, lad.
Haha. Ha 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 ha. No. So funny, Atreus. Where the fuck am I? Ya Allah. So do I, Carrie. So do I. Also, you're supposed to be studying. Crusty bitch.
Got some Bifrost on you. Be careful.
Whose partner is a content creator? Literally though. My partner is having a meeting with Stream Elements, but you have to blow up the bathroom. But like if I wait, I'll just be Oh no. That's so stressful. Think of the clips. Fuck the clips right now. Oh, there's a boss. Fantastic. Your mom's a hoe, and you've never been loved before. Oh. I said it. And what about it? Can you fuck off? Stupid bitch. R.I.P. Sarah. Oh shit. Fuck.
Still standing, yeah?
All right, Trey, wake me up, baby. As I see it, yes. Maybe you will. Those cheeks are staying clenched. You gotta. I literally.
It will pass.
Yes, I know. Thank you. Ya Allah. La aha. Fuck him up. I wish you could give points, but you can't. That'd be so fun, though. Why is there no health anywhere? Fucking scam. Oh, fuck me.
Brother, get up.
Get her. I can't support your gambling. This is an intervention. Get help, please, all of you. Maybe chocolate? No!
Another crystal for the pond.
I felt that one, brother.
Outcome.
Just gotta burn him, you know? You just gotta burn him. Oh, shit. Ya Allah. No chocolate! I don't like chocolate, that's why. Yo, this guy sucks ass. Daddy, you need to chill out. Come on, buddy. Eggle is literally a bitch. I was about to say cunt, but maybe that's too harsh. Then again, he's trying to murder me, so. What oath are we protecting exactly? He's like oath guard. What is he guarding exactly?
Throw your axes and throw it.
I got it!
It will pass.
Bullshit. What's the oath that he's guarding, though? What is it, though? It can't be worth this much. That shouldn't have worked. Yep, okay. Resurrection time. My man's still attacking when I'm down. This guy's an asshole. That shouldn't have hit me. No, I might actually lose. I'm stressed. Fuck me. Hey, bro. 80. That's some bullshit. That's actually some bullshit. We're gonna keep trying. 4 times is crazy. What are you talking about? Meow. I definitely shouldn't have died there, though. That's actually some rigged bullshit. Chat has a gambling problem. I'm noticing that. I like how you guys do this all the time when I'm in, like, because I can't talk when I'm doing this for obvious reasons. Bismillah, bro. Thank you for the lurk, Mickey, baby. Can you get a shout out for Mickey, please? Shit. Fuck. Thank you. Don't tell me Stream Elements has morals. Lol. Christy musty dusty bitch.
Alka!
Rip. Bismillah! I'm actually really stressed out. I could pay rent week in. Let's fucking go. For the foreseeable future. Gamble it all again. Do not gamble, kids. This is a joke about fictional points that don't exist! Do not gamble. Genuinely do not gamble, ever. Gambling... Hello? Die. Never gamble, like ever. Gambling is actually very bad, genuinely.
He carried some writing. Grab it, would you? Seems the travelers were told that by exploring the 9 realms and beyond, they'd find a way into paradise.
Told by whom?
Someone calling themselves the Blind Guest.
Odin.
Sounds like the bastard, doesn't it?
Started at the bottom, now we here. Started at the bottom. Except he didn't start from the bottom. He was in a fucking, like, normal, like, middle-class family. Started from the bottom of my ass. What bottom did you start from? Were you eating ass, sir? Is that what you meant by bottom? I gambled all my heart settings on Sheila, and here we are. What? I don't know what that means! Very different depending on word order. Yeah. We don't shame kink here.
That wisp is feeding on the wildebeest.
We will stop it.
Alka.
Sorry, how do you intend on stopping it exactly?
Hey, look. A metal plate with glowy runes. Weird, right?
Now what could that mean?
Okay, we've clearly activated two things. What have I activated exactly?
That spring. I can hear something inside it. Something angry and trapped.
Okay. Best course of action is to get stop. Rip.
Another hungry wisp. Look at hell.
How do you stop it? I don't like this.
Alka.
How do you stop it? I think I actually don't know. Yeah, I don't think I actually know. To be honest with you. I think yeah, no, I have no idea. I might play
Another wisp. It's feeding on that ibex.
I might play either Cyberpunk, Final Fantasy. I'm not really sure.
Another painful growth removed from these lands, eh?
But wait, I need to go rescue those babies. How do I free them? I don't understand. How free? How do I free them? Have you tried stop? Who are they fighting? Themselves? Get help, bro. Stop. How do I do this? Fritz. That was a serious suggestion? Oh, keep it to yourself then.
Wait, over here!
Where do you want? How many side quests are in this area?
What do you remember of the day you died?
When in doubt, cleanse it with fire.
Everything is hazy. I remember I was nervous. This brooch. I planned to propose.
Blah, 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 blah. So many things to say. So many things to do.
Another spirit displaced by the Aesir.
Odin must have been really mad when Freya left him to
I heard roach, not broach.
Odin was never going to stop. That's why he sent Thor here.
And what of Faye? Did she challenge Thor? Challenge Odin?
Who knows? But the truth is waiting for us, brother.
Was it actually your favorite game? I'd be down to play that one. I did love that game.
You scared it off. It's going back home to its spring.
Good. Fuck it. Oh, baby.
Oh, it was scared. And in pain.
Not anymore.
Baby.
Better that it had some relief in its final moments.
Baby.
Anyway, we should look around. See if any other wisps have gotten loose.
I loved Internet Cafe Simulator, I can't lie. These wisps are assholes. Yeah, baby, good for you.
What's that? You're welcome.
Aww.
He was nice.
Aww. Aww.
The wisps locked in their spring. Well, Except for the ones that broke loose, I guess.
Aww. Wait, where are the others? I must free them all. Or Sims. That was an era. Oh, that really was an era, dude. Remember when I would like fucking speed run islands? Low key, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, not to flex or anything, but I was fucking goated. I was goated at that. I was good at that, dude. I thought I made some really cute islands too. Like I was really proud of them. I was like, wow, good job, Kayla.
Could the answer
There's clearly another one missing. So where is it?
What gets bigger, the more you take away.
Oh!
Nothing. I don't think so, brother.
I think I did 3 so far.
I do not like riddles.
Kelly, I think I made 3. My favorite one was by far like the Japanese like Nightcore one. That was my favorite. What the fuck is that? Oh, that's okay. That'd be cute. I could be down to do that. Though I don't know like how much more of like Animal Crossing I could possibly handle. Like I think I just like I did so much of it that it was just like overkill to BH. Oh, so I can't do this one. Where's the other one? I can't see any other animals. What the fuck? 1 hour after I bought Animal Crossing. Please stop. I was so obsessed with Animal Crossing though. Like I only got introduced to it during COVID, like ever in my life. I was like, wow, this is so fun. I love this game. Guys, I actually don't know where to go. Like I can't find it.
What was Spartan training like?
Unforgiving.
Is that why you didn't train me like one?
Of course
Did
not.
you?
Where's
think I
Thor?
could handle it?
I'm pretty sure he's
I
with
did not think you should have had to.
with Odin right now. Have you tried looking for setup? Setup. Your latest Stardew save, dude. After I fucking like fully completed Stardew, I was done. Game over. I was like, that's enough. Enough. When Haunted Chocolatier comes out though, bro, we're all so fucked. Oh, there it is. I hate that it's breathing in pain. Poor baby.
Do you need any healing? Okay, if you're sure.
Essentially telling me that I'm about to fight something
Hey,
intense.
Should we check out that weird plate again?
Great.
The runes are all lit. The wisps are back in their springs, and the plate's keeping them.
I feel like for you it would be a lot.
Did it? They must have combined. You gotta take it down, Father.
Attack!
The core's weak. Hurry! Now's our chance.
Where'd it go?
You gotta take out these springs.
Where'd it go?
The core's weak. Hurry!
On my way. on my way. Okay, let's do that far one. Nice. Okay, over there, next one. How do you get points just being here, baby? But there's a sub, there's a sub multiplier, though.
Don't waste it.
I can never get there on time. Fuck.
Hurry!
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Brother, the spring! Hurry!
Yeah, just take your time, Kratos.
Helga! Nasty hit! You alright?
Do I look alright, Kratos? Come here. Hello.
You're on fire, Kratos! It will pass! We stunned it!
Oh god, this is so intense.
Attack!
Where'd it go? Over there! Just take your time. Whatever you want. Yeah, whatever you want.
Helga!
Fuck!
Four down.
I'm gonna have to stay here. It's just so far, dude.
Fucking eat!
Close in! Attack!
Now's our chance!
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Springs, brother!
Let's go.
Wow! It's so much weaker now!
Die, ho! We did it. We did it. Oh god.
Well, that's the wisp taken care of. But I don't understand how they escaped and formed that.
We've gotten so good, guys. I'm so proud of us.
Chains only hold for so long. Eventually, those who wear them will break free, one way or another.
One way or another, I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna get you one way. Maybe next week. Ba-da-da-da. I'm actually gonna pee myself. Why? Are you okay? No need to piss yourself. Why pee yourself? What exactly did we do? We got better.
On your right!
You keep losing. It's okay. It's just, it's fake. It has no use, literally. What's the issue? Wait, I needed to go back up there. There was a chest. Okay, well, that's me then. Why are there so many? Really? Nah. From one boss fight to the other. Enough for long. How many boss fights are in this bitch, bro? Hello. What the fuck just happened?
Where'd she go?
She will be back.
Huntresses claim to worship Skadi, but they kill just to kill. She would have never wanted that.
No. There is purpose here, even if we do not see it.
Go!
Out.
What the fuck was that then? Why did she hit me? What was the issue? What did I do to her? Oh no, a horse girl. No, seriously? What was that? Like, what was the reason? There was none? There was none? What the fuck? She will be back. What is she, Arnold Schwarzenegger? .0 RIP. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. I was just trying to get close to turn it off. Really, bro? Really? Is this a sick joke? that was a... What's the predator? Are you talking about like the child variety or like the nature variety? Oh, fantastic. Screamed in my ear once? Why? What a bitch.
was that?
Tremors. From the earth. Or
Wow, it's
something
called an
else.
earthquake.
I never heard of tremors in Vanaheim.
Something is causing this.
Arrows then strike. You know how this goes, brother.
Behind you! Incoming! Help
I almost killed him too. That's so annoying. I'm actually getting annoyed now.
Behind you, brother.
Last one. Use your arrows.
Come here, you stupid bitch. I'm trying to get her as far away from as possible by getting her here. By standing here.
Your arrows.
Nice! That works by just like letting him handle it from a distance. Jesus. That's so stressful.
Anything interesting, brother?
Why she laugh like that? I don't know. She got a lot of hatred in her heart. Fucking hoe.
The autumnal stag.
Hey, how about you follow me back home? Fall, get it? Yeah? No?
No, because what the fuck? What the fuck? Vanish? What does that do?
Dragon!
Well, at least it's attacking someone besides us.
Oh my god.
We're not going anywhere with that dragon around. Watch out! Behind you!
Can we deal with this guy, please? Like,
we gotta break the pillar.
what pillar? How do I get there?
Gotta break that pillar too.
Habibi, wallahi, I'm trying. He's acting like I'm not trying.
What about your spear? There's another dragon. Got rid of it for now. We better hunt it down or it'll be back.
There's so many side quests in this area. Like, what is this place, dude? Like, actually, what is this shithole? Why must I suffer here? Holy shit! Hi, meow. Hi, hi. Hi, hi. Guys, I was vibing so hard in Meow's chat yesterday. It was like the end of their co-working stream, so they were like done, you know? They were just like done. So I was just like talking to them. I was like, hee 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 hee. Hi, hi. I hope you're well, Habibi. How are you? They have really great co-working streams, guys. If you don't have a place to co-work, please go check it out if you haven't already. Honestly, it was such a vibe. It was like honestly such a vibe. We also found out about Meow's love for Mario Party. Truly. Out of the shackles of work, but into the shackles of Mario Party. So sad. Scorpio conception dates. I love that for you. I'm happy you had fun with that. Did you? You won? Congratulations. Congratulations. Oh, something tells me I'm gonna die here.
I know you see me.
Yeah, okay. What? Thank you for the hydrate, Gran. Let's go, though. I'm proud of you.
5 hours. Do not.
I have a 1-1. Oh my god. Okay, good luck. Good luck. I hope it goes well.
Do you remember seeing it?
Oopsie.
That could help us find the other half of your hourglass.
There were
3 waterfalls. Okay.
There must be a way across. Have we looked everywhere?
It's quite clear.
Got him!
Good job.
Elka.
Good luck with your 1-on-1. Hope it goes well.
There we are.
Yay! Wait, what was that? What the fuck? I missed that completely. What the fuck? Oh my god, there's a stone!
That crystal could use a dip in the pond, don't you think?
Yep, I know.
You've got a few crystals. Why not pay the pool a visit?
I just don't like being on meetings. No, I totally get it. I'm the same exact way. I fucking hate meetings with a passion of 1,000 suns. Because everything that they fucking talk about can be a fucking email. And then they ask you to do minutes anyways. And it's just like, bitch, we could have had this in an email, would have been minuted already. Like, what is your issue? Also, hi, Josie. I don't know. I just think the concept is stupid. Like, why must we talk? It's called an email. Have they never heard of that concept before? Like, okay, love you. Defrosting your car? Ooh. Make sure to let your engine heat up. Luminous alloy. Nice. We're clearly about to go fight the dragon.
Watch my head on these walls, brother.
Am I not always careful with you?
Oh yeah, always the lightest touch.
We are always the lightest touch.
Something destroyed this tunnel on its way through. It must be big.
I've been enjoying playing this game so much. I love this game. You've been streaming for almost 4 hours. I didn't even notice.
It's charging!
What the fuck is Crag? What the fuck is that?
Bloody Drake!
Ooh, it's got places for my speed.
Nice! He hit hard!
Maybe get away from me, please. Oh, nice. I just need to try to aim this melee.
Get ready! Go there!
Finally. Oh, do I have to hit their belly?
Charging!
How am I supposed to hit it from here? I don't see another place. It doesn't do anything. Oh, there.
Coming down! Oh, get ready!
Bismillah.
Coming down!
Oh, God. Sorry. Wait, I can't hear for a second. Soup, 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 soup. I thought this would be easier through a call, typing it all out. Okay, I will remember anything you say from the call. Literally, though, it's so dumb. Can I put it in his ass?
Coming down!
Doesn't do anything until the thing is there.
Get back!
Oh, that should have. Are you shitting me? Die. Go on, Farah, keep missing.
Time to move! It's charging!
That should have worked. How close does it fucking have to be?
Come back!
Bro, be real.
Coming down!
Guys, is it glitched or something? What's the issue? What is the issue? I've 100% put it there. What the fuck? What the fuck? Rune, thank you for the lyric, baby. Skill issue? I actually don't think so.
Coming down!
We killed it. No fucking way. Oh my god. Oh my god. We killed Drake.
We should
The Six will never forgive me.
peace in this valley.
Well, always expect the unexpected, right?
I just hope this means
Guys,
an
we
end
killed
to all
Drake.
this shaking. Maybe by the time we're done in this valley, it won't be such a bad place to settle down.
We killed Drake. We literally killed Drake.
Found something else for the cleansing pond, eh?
Yeah. Wait, there was more stuff there. Wait. Oh. Is there a bird or some shit here? R.I.P. Drake. And he is not going home. Aubrey, Drake, Graham. Apparently we killed Drake. Yep. It said kill Drake. And I was like, wow, okay. We did it. Oh my god. With all due respect, that was a lot for me. Shit. There's a chest over there I want to get. But let's do this first. Boy, that was stressful as fuck, no? That was actually so stressful. I'm actually so proud of us. Guys, we're really doing a damn thing. Oh. I see why leveling up is so important in this fucking game, genuinely. It's a lot. I can't upgrade it from here.
Ever written poetry of your own,
Thank
brother?
you, Sarah.
No.
Well, ask a stupid question.
Oh. 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 Cool down, bestie. Cool down. You did most of the work, did you? Did you? I don't remember that. Did you? I'm trying to kill the flower bead. Flower bulb. Where is flower bulb? Is it down there? That's where we just were. Thank you for shut up for Sarah. Aha. Die, ho. All of you hoes. Oh my god, it's the fountain. I was trying to find the way back there. Let me go get the chest first. Back into stream when I have my life together. You've got it, baby. Take your time always. Take your time always. Whatever you want to do, whatever you want to do. I mean, like, I came back to stream after, like, what? You know? You know? Like, if you think about it, guys, I was looking back through my, like, my stream analysis or whatever the fuck. It's so funny how little I streamed last year. Like, it's actually alarming. The fuck you do? What do you mean? Like, in stream? Play games. Do whatever you want. Watch shit. Whatever you want to do, genuinely. Do anything and everything you want to do. But most of all, just get yourself in a good place first.
The water. It smells so fresh.
Brother, we should shove the boy in.
No!
You've developed a bit of a stench.
I have not. I haven't.
Aww.
It is natural.
It is natural.
Father.
Oh my, they're so funny. I love them so much. I love my babies so much. Like, I feel like I keep doing the side quest so much because I'm so scared that something's gonna happen to Kratos. I can't lie. Like, I'm so scared that I just don't want to do anything else.
You can yell at me if you want.
I need to go back.
What would that accomplish?
I make
Spring,
you feel better.
time of rebirth, renewal.
I'm gonna go through the Mystic Gateway.
Missed the smell of those flowers.
Where's the Mystic Gateway?
Sorry.
You could spill water? Apparently, yes. I need the Mystic Gateway over here or something. Where am I? How do I know where I am? Where the fuck am I? No, because where am I actually? Oh.
Back already.
And then in the map over here, okay, that's where it is. I need to find the deer and then just go back to the deer. Okay. Because I'm trying to go, I need to go talk to Squirrel Boy. 85 meters, it's still up there. How do I get up there? What's the worst thing that could happen? Hey, Bald isn't bad. I actually really don't mind Bald. Like, at all, actually. I actually don't mind it at all. Except if it's on Pitbull. Which case I mind. I'm gonna go to Sindri's house really quickly. Not for the main quest. I'll come back here. I just need to go to talk to the Squirrel Boy.
I wanted to tell you. I read something in Odin's library about what Gjallarhorn is supposed to do.
Wait, what?
If blown by a god, it sounds through all the realms and harmonizes the space between them. Blow it somewhere like Tyr's temple, and
Wait,
it would
what?
be like opening up all the realm travel towers at once.
Wait, the end of an
quite a
era?
vulnerability.
Wait. Why does Pokemon say the end of an era? Wait, is Pokemon switching to YouTube? Is Pokemon switching to YouTube? Wait, what? Is Pokemon switching to fucking YouTube?
Wonder why he didn't just destroy it.
Some artifacts defy destruction.
Well, we should make Freya aware of this.
I don't know. She said like the end of an era. And I was like, what else does that mean?
Covered the child. Things to do. No more lead worm. What, did you forget they're out eating the realm?
Come here, bud.
Speak.
the tree has become rather overgrown.
Was it just, I don't know, but she just, look at her Twitter. She said, at the end of an era, Twitch has been my home for a decade, but it's time to say thank you for all my memories and love during my League, Fortnite, and Among Us games. Among Us days. What does that mean? What does that mean? Well, they make it so you don't get caught by the law yet again. Oh my God. Callie, just don't park illegally.
Grows too wildly, the branches risk getting too heavy and falling.
Johnny, my apologies.
Which is not ideal, considering they hold all the realms.
I am no gardener.
What an absolute shock. No, I do not require any horticultural skills from you, but I would ask that you keep an eye open for the stags of the 4 seasons. They normally graze upon the tree and keep it tidy. Unfortunately, Bitter decided it would be funny to trick Arrogant into releasing them. If you happen to find the stags during your travels, I would greatly appreciate assistance in bringing them home. I would have one of my spectral squirrels do it, but they, well, keep eating the feed I give them. Consequence of it being the most delicious food in all the 9 realms, I suppose.
We have seen these stags.
Great. Then all you need is some feed. Once you've found a stag, the feed should calm them down.
Okay.
Then one of my spectrals will guide them back here. And,
Too much uncertainty, right? I'm like so confused.
I will not.
Whatever that means.
Vision
Wax,
has
please.
asked me if I was too chicken to release them, but I am in fact not chicken-like whatsoever. So as you can see,
We are needed elsewhere.
I'm cosplaying an Uber Eats driver right now. I love that for you. We love oh my God, guys, I didn't tell you what happened with our fucking Uber driver. Guys, I shit you fucking not. I shit you not, okay? Me and Brandon ordered Uber Eats, like, oh, I think it was, it was yesterday. It was yesterday night, okay? And the fucking, so then the doorman from the lobby today comes in. He's like, Farah, did you guys order food yesterday night at like 11 p.m.? I'm like, yeah, why? He's like, well, there was a stranger on the cameras and they stole something from the building. I'm like, excuse me? He's like, yeah, he delivered a brown bag to your floor and then he left and stole something from the lobby. I'm like, what the fuck? So me and Brayden go down to see what's happening. The motherfucker stole a pillow. He just swiped a pillow. Like, sir, you know we have your picture on Uber Eats, right? Like, we have your picture. Like, in what world did you think this was a smart decision? Like, in what world was that smart? Like, Anjad, like, when did that become a smart decision for you? Like, hello? He just, like, stole a fucking pillow. Like, what was that about? Like, actually, what was that? Who steals a random pillow? Well, it's not even cute. It's not even cute. Like, if it was cute, maybe I could somewhat understand, but he just stole a fucking pillow. I was so confused. I'm so confused.
A little while ago, you mentioned Odin's ravens. What's to stop him from using them to pop into existence and kidnap anybody he wants?
Consent. The only way to travel by Odin's ravens is by your own choice.
Oh, it's not so bad then.
Not so bad. Borrowed it to sleep in his car. Bro. Honestly, just odd behavior. You can get really cheap pillows from Walmart. Enjoy your foodsies.
That's right. We got more food at home. Come on.
I have to say, quite a nice change of pace helping these stags get home. For a moment, I was worried we'd have to kill them.
Yes.
Genuinely.
You had a
yes.
plan to kill it if it had attacked, didn't you?
Yes.
Yes. What a simple man. I need to poo-poo again. I'll be right back. I must poo-poo once more. I'll be back. Imagine if she moves to Kick. I highly doubt that. I highly, and I mean highly doubt that. I think she's most likely going to move to YouTube. If not, like, quit streaming, to be honest with you. Pokimane.
Mimir, did you know Garm? How was he locked up to begin with?
Ah, Hell's feral sentinel. Well, believe it or not, Midgard was once bigger. Until Garm, then just a wee pup, got peckish.
He ate Midgard?
Only a few mountain ranges.
How the fuck do you eat Midgard?
Comes after winter, but
The fuck does somebody just like... the T is... Pokimane is saying she's leaving Twitch. Which is alarming, to say the least. Okay, I'm trying to get here. This Mystic Gateway.
spring. And the word for the feeling when you get so hungry, you stop being hungry.
You're messing with me.
I would never.
Heavily doubt that. Yeah, I don't think she would ever do that. Seriously.
So, Father's new spear. It's made out of a ring?
Draupnir, aye. Forged by the Huldra brothers as a gift for Odin.
How's it work?
Every so often, the Draupnir drips out identical copies of itself. The Huldras presumably figured that if one golden ring was a good gift,
Ow, my ear hurts.
an infinite number of them would earn them a permanent place in
NBA
Odin's
players'
heart.
contracts. It's
it
actually
didn't.
like funny
Not even
because
a
like what the fuck? Because they know they're not streaming. They're just doing it for funsies. Like what's the point? Like what a stupid idea. Like I don't get it. Like what's the purpose? Okay, boy, Kelly. Good luck with your errands.
Halfway there by Septimus.
Yeah, but fuck him though.
I get that a lot.
Anybody on that app is dead to me. Lol.
Two down, halfway there.
Okay, now the next one. This one, okay. Yeah, I know. This is stupid. Brandon?
Mimir.
Brandon?
You said souls come in 4 parts. Does that mean you can lose some of your soul, but not all of it?
Aye. Form, mind, direction, and luck.
Thank you.
Lose any one of them and the entire being suffers. Still, sometimes luck alone is enough.
Thank you.
Just ask your father.
My success does not come from luck.
Ah.
My
but a
success
friend
comes from
being
my fat
eternally
ass.
Lucky.
My ear hurts.
A stag of winter. It looks hungry.
Come on already. Just come back with me. I don't care how hungry you are.
Thanks, baby. It'd be so nice if I could get a water fountain in my bedroom. Sorry, in my stream room. Guys, imagine I had a water fountain. Sheba, I would never leave this room.
Just
Oh my god, and a mini fridge.
Thanks for saving the realm.
This place would be
and all that.
awesome.
I'd have gotten to it myself, and with more
Don't you think?
time.
Don't you think? A mini fridge? Wow.
You're welcome, he means to say. I'm surprised, brother.
Baby, pretty
I think a
cute.
stag would run in terror at the sight of you. Not exactly a calming presence, huh?
Oh. Aw. Jinkies. I don't have enough XP. Lame.
Are you?
I am always calm.
Ha! Good one.
How dare? What does he mean by that? Little shit. Atreus, you want to fight me? Sorry, birdie. That was so aggro. Shit. This area is huge though. Like this is literally, guys, this entire time that we've been here, this entire almost 5-hour stream, I shit you not, we haven't done one main quest. Like that's actually comical. We haven't done one main quest. Like actually. Like that's kind of funny, no?
Got him.
Another one already? Great!
Why exactly do you keep popping up, little one? Does your boss have you spying on us?
No, that wasn't our intention. You must believe me, I am here solely to serve as a guide, but only if you want. It's standard procedure.
Well, you can rest easy. We'll get these back to Ratatoska.
Thank you. And again, sorry if I offended you. I promise I'll be more helpful next time.
Aw, you're okay.
Jumpy little fellow, huh?
Literally not one main quest. Like, just take that in. Not one. And we've been at it for almost 5 fucking hours. Like, that is crazy. This game is endless. Like, I can't even imagine how much it takes to, like, 100% it. Like, and that's what I'm trying to do. Like, just please take that in for a second.
You have a favorite, Father?
My God.
No. They are tools for specific tasks. A preference would be meaningless.
I like the
So
axe.
interesting.
Hold on. Prepare for battle.
What's up, biatch? This bitch keeps respawning.
Behind you, Father! Sparky Lee!
Killer! Nice! Yay, Mojo. Yeah, it's crazy that she's moving to YouTube. I'm actually quite sad by that. They're missing, like, they're losing such huge people. This is shit.
To improve upon perfection, but I think I can sharpen our spear.
Another
But
gift
ours,
for the
oh,
hog.
Jesus Christ.
About time I had something to do. Far be it for me to improve on the lady's work, but,
Let's fucking go. We're at level 6. Shut the fuck up. We are cracked right now. We're also rich as fuck. Jesus Christ,
hope
guys.
you're feeling violent. That'll put some hurt on them.
Jinkies. Ooh, that would increase it if we maxed it out, but we don't even have everything, so it's better to just stay with ours right now. This would be cracked. Hmm. Hmm. Anyways. We are out here just upgrading shit. I'm actually I feel so good about this. Petrified bone. Not enough.
Let's make something then.
I'm making it, bitch. Chill out.
You weren't thirsty for blood before. You will be now.
Okay.
And the kid?
Everything's tier 3. For the most part.
What are you looking for?
Okay, resurrection stone. Cool.
Need something special?
Look at that. Wait, actually, we didn't try the...
Ready when you are.
This one, right? Okay. Now, if we upgrade that, how much can we do it?
Damn! Am I good or what?
Very good.
But I can also upgrade this.
You won't get so much as a paper cut in that.
This is still better right now, but this... I just need more stars. And more silver. And divine ashes. Jinkies.
You make up your mind.
Yeah, okay. Tier 3 damage dealer. No, seriously.
Laughing to do or no?
We are so cracked right now. Like, look at us. Untouchable right now. What the fuck? I feel so hard right now. I'm like... Well, not like that. I'm so glad I'm not a guy. Like a person with a penis who can say that right now. Thank God. That would be so ox if I just said that. Oh my God. Motherfuckers are being a little dramatic. Don't touch me. Yay, I finally got around. Yay. Suck
Switching!
Megan! Hi! Oh my God, hi guys, welcome in. Oh my God, welcome in, Raiders. Hi, what the heck? Hi Megan, hi Kirsta K, hi Speedsy, hi Yasmin, hi Jaylee, hi Valentino Zaw. Is that like for pizza? Sup, welcome in, Raiders. Hi, I'm Farrah. I'm a full-time content creator and streamer. We're currently playing God of War, and literally this entire fucking stream we haven't done one main quest. This is all literally just side quests. Like, I want you to take in how intense this fucking game is. Like, it's actually like ridiculous. Like, it's actually ridiculous. No, it's ridiculous.
Might
But
justify a
anyways,
quick visit to the
I hope you're
cleansing
well.
pool.
Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. If you guys need to raid or run, please feel free to do so. Go take care of yourself. You know, chill out. Take a chill pill. Hang out. I don't know. Yeah, no, totally haven't died once. Not once. Of course not. Why would I die? I'm a craft gamer. Of course not. Why? Who dies in this game? God, couldn't be me. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. But yeah, I'm playing this game. I'm not... Listen, I'm getting so much better at it. I'm not great at it, but I am getting better at it, and I think that's a W-wubby. But Megan, I hope you're doing well, Habibi. Thank you again for the raid. I'm trying to get up there. How the fuck do I get up there? Fuck me. Holly, thank you so much for the coin. Sorry, I can't speak English.
Spit.
Pardon?
The saliva of a predator. And it glows.
Predators are just sleepy, so
We should
true.
follow the glowing spit. Find the Drekkie.
Good.
Good.
Well, kinda obvious.
I'm just out here suffering this wrath. In the dead of night, track the Drekkie. Okay, is he just gonna stay down there? Or? Guys, I think it glitched. Guys, I can't get up. Oh, now you want to get up? That was so extra and dramatic. That was so extra. I can't even get up there. Like, why are you attacking me? What's your issue? On Jed? What's their issue? Leave the old man alone, except he's not dad. He's daddy. He's daddy. Do you understand? This man is daddy. The way I would do unspeakable things to this bald man. And I don't say that lightly. Because I would. Because he's so sweet and he's such a good dad. And I love him. Thank you. Can you calm down with your mother fucking attitude? Like, I just... What is their issue? Z. These nuts. Got him. I can't even go here. How do I go there? I don't even know how to unlock that, dude. You want me to get help? Why? I want to get... Nope, that was too far. Nope. I could have gotten clipped there and it would have been really bad. Hi, Val. I'm up early enough. To be fair, I'm streaming quite late. I usually don't stream for this long. But, alas, here I am. With the grind. No, keep going. No. I am a good Muslim girl. Have I done any of the berserkers? I don't know what that means yet. I don't know, actually. I do know I've fought quite a shit ton of fucked up enemies, though. I've fought, like, an insane amount. I'm not sure which ones are the berserkers.
There was a brief bit where I thought I might get used to it.
He did not.
But guys, I don't know how to get up there on Jed. Like, I don't... How far in am I? Quite unsure. I'm currently doing side quests, but... 76% in. The fuck? I'm 76% in. Guys. I don't know how to get there, actually. Like, what am I supposed to do here? Do I turn it back into day or something? But then the path wouldn't be open. So then I must have killed them. I'm sure I did then. Oh, let me check. Berserker. Oh, yes, I have. Yes, I have. Did I manage to kill it? No, I ran away. Hee hee. Ugh, they have to respawn on Jed. Like, do I have to do this? No, I googled it just so I know which one you're talking about. It's the one with those fucking stones. Fuck those guys, dude. Let me go back to the main quest really quickly. Yeah, no, I remember Trash Talk. I remember it. I remember one of them. I've only ran into one so far, and I just avoided it like the plague.
He would have gone to the light of Alfheim when he died, right?
I'll do them later because I'm trying to 100%
Was
it.
he a god or a human who died in battle?
I'm just trying to level up a
Valkyrie
bit.
would have taken him to Valhalla or Folkvanger. Had he been a human or god who died outside of battle, he'd been cast down to Helheim. But Fenrir was a wolf, so his soul would have joined all the others in Alfheim.
Like mothers.
Yes, like your mothers.
Wait, actually, let me just check my skills. Oh, I have spare XP. Nyeh. No, I've leveled up. Did I play that one? Yes, I played the 2018 one. Yes. Yep, we get it. There's a few new ones. I get it. Oh, that'd be nice. Oh wait, I need to give him the thingy.
Ding dong! Charlie! Ding ding! You know the drill.
I got you one.
Shouldn't you be out looking for
As you
stags?
ask.
Make yourself useful.
Wise beyond its years, this one. You can see it in its eyes.
You're welcome.
Are the best.
Thank you for shut up for Val.
You've always been the best. Hey, tell her she's the best. Oh, you're back. The heroes
Is he okay?
of the hour. I want to hear everything. I mean, when you're ready. I'm not giving orders here, am I?
Try to rest, Ingvi. Let the
Is he
herbs
okay,
work.
bro?
Oh, they work? Oh, they work very well. Cause
Enough.
Yeah, enough. Shut up. He's just talking his shit, dude.
look at that. You really did it. How, in all the 9 realms, did you manage to kill Heimdall?
I knew our spear would do the trick. Well, happy Ragnarok, everybody. Let's drink.
Is it true? Heimdall's dead. I can't believe it.
Yeah, I murdered him with my own asshole.
There's no stopping it now.
Hee hee.
Odin swore peace only so long as you spilled no more Aesir blood.
I refuse that deal.
Yet he honored it. But now,
But what? You and I know better than anyone that Odin's promises never last. We have the advantage now. It's time to bring him down.
No.
none of you understand what's coming. Odin's vengeance will be his only concern.
Not his only concern.
Hmm.
The mask. Whatever knowledge it unlocks, that's what Odin wants more than anything. If I go back to Asgard, I can use...
Go back.
Look. If I can finish what I started there, awaken the
Mac,
mask,
I lost
get
about 6
answers.
times. It's okay. It's okay. Just accept
Maybe
it.
that's our way out of this. But I gotta go soon. Before they figure out what's happened.
I've won twice today.
Atreus, you are home. Do not ask me to put you at risk again.
He's at risk where he stands, Kratos. We all are.
That is true.
Anything we do or don't do is dangerous right now. But Odin needs me. He trusts me. I'll be safe there.
I don't know, Trey. I think this is a bad idea.
From a tactical perspective, am I wrong?
I don't much like it, but it is our best play. Dividing Odin's focus would buy us time.
And give us a pair of eyes in the enemy's inner sanctum.
But if there is truly a source of infinite knowledge, you can't let Odin have it.
Aye. And once he has what he needs from you,
Then I lose my leverage.
Yeah.
I get it. I'll be smart.
Okay.
Father. I can do this.
You gotta trust them.
Remember the promise.
Habib.
You too.
They're everything to me. He loves his son so much, man.
I hope you know what you're doing.
I do too, Sin.
Well, I still want to hear how you did it.
you mean how we did it. Ah, you heard me. And therein lies it.
Well, jinkies. Well, I think for today, y'all, we are most likely going to end it here. Okay. We did a lot today. Quite a bit, if you will. Quite a bit of gaming, if you will. Okay? Just quite a bit. If I recall. I hope that is okay. But we will be live once again Thursday morning, same time, same place. And I never died. Of course not. I'm a pro gamer, Whack. I never do that. I would never. I know better, of course. No, thank you for hanging out. What the heck? Thank you for hanging out with you guys. I appreciate you guys so much. And your time and your effort and our company together. I just appreciate you all very, very much. And I'm very grateful for you all. And yeah, I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful. What the fuck is Cav doing on stream? Ooh, Cav is doing a co-working stream. Should we go raid? Cav is doing a co-working stream. Should we go raid? Okay, let's go. Let's go use our sub raid. Wait, I can't type from this position. Sub raid. And our raid command. Okay. Go give Cav all of the love. They use she, they pronouns. Okay, go support them. Go lurk. Put in your tasks for the day. Just vibe. We love Cav super, super much. It would mean the world to me if you guys took care of them and hung out there. But yeah, I love you guys, and I'll see you guys Thursday morning. And also, hopefully, a Capri Sun Puppy stream tomorrow as you guys cheer me on for the challenges. But yeah, thank you guys so much, and I'll see you guys then. Thank you for helping me out with the sub goal also, and for everybody who contributed to this. Turvy, I see you. I'm thankful. Thank you so much. Bye bye, guys. I'll see you later. Bye bye.